They were on the brink of destruction. But by the end of the sixth day, Israel became victorious, took all this extra land, and took back its capital of Jerusalem and those other sites that you probably read about in the Bible. I think we're about to see some amazing things happen once again in the nation of Israel. So what we, as Kentuckians, what can and should we be doing about this? Well, number one, I'm going to be, as this Kentuckian, is going to be very interested to find out if Biden and Congress are going to give Israel the kind of help that we've sent to Ukraine. I'd be very interested to find out what happens with that. But something I highly encourage everyone to be doing is to follow what the Bible says in the 122nd chapter of Psalms. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. Peace be within thy walls and prosperity within thy palaces. For my brethren and companions' sakes, I will now say, peace be within thee. And I think God will bless those prayers and bless the people and the state that lifts up those prayers. So pray for the peace of Jerusalem and Israel, and I think we'll get a blessing out of that on top of it. Hello, Patriots. I'm Lee Watts, and this is Patriot Point, your source for Kentucky news and analysis from a conservative, Christian, and common sense point of view. Well, once again, Kentucky's policies and politics are going to be influencing the entire nation. Been watching the news the last few days, you will know that the Speaker of the House of Representatives up there in D.C., Representative Kevin McCarthy, has been ousted. The party has voted him out of that leadership position. So we are seeing right now a showdown between the more conservative Trump, America First candidates versus the establishment rhino Republicans trying to take over this leadership position. Now, of course, we have Mitch McConnell, who is the poster boy for the establishment. I mean, he has been in the Senate for nearly 40 years. I mean, 4 decades of this career having this position. If there was also ever a poster boy for the reason we should have term limits, you should put his picture by that. Now, of course, McConnell would be the one who would want to get a lot of support and momentum against putting an establishment person in position as the new Speaker of the House of Representatives. We have the conservatives pushing for their kind of a person, more of an America First, MAGA, Trump kind of person. So this is going to be a big test. Mitch McConnell, as it has been shown in the last 2 or 3 months, has some major health problems. And it's been reported that he's just sitting blankly in committee meetings as if he's not processing what's going on. So this is a test. Does Mitch McConnell still have the...
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify women's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
that has been shown in the last 2 or 3 months, has some major health problems. And it's been reported that he's just sitting blankly in committee meetings as if he's not processing what's going on. So this is a test. Does Mitch McConnell still have the capability physically and mentally to rally his troops to put an establishment person in this position? Or is this a major opportunity for the Trump supporters, America First, MAGA type movement to put a true conservative as the Speaker of the House? Now, talking about Trump policies and those being kind of tested, and Trump's strength and supporters are right now being tested against the Republican establishment right now. And that brings up an important thing for us to consider here in Kentucky. During the last 2 presidential cycles on election night, Kentucky was the very first state that was called for President Trump. I think he won by 20% or more, which is just a huge, massive margin of victory. So I find it very odd then that Kentuckians would then also at the same time do the exact opposite and vote for Bashir, who is against everything Trump is for. So I'm putting out a statewide manhunt for a missing person. If anyone can tell me, please, where is this voter supposedly that is going to vote for Trump and all of these extremely conservative right-wing things, and then turn around at the same time vote for Bashir, who is doing the exact opposite of all those things? So, I'm putting out a statewide manhunt. If anybody can find a voter like this who's going to vote Trump, Trump is, again, very America first, and you've got the Bidens and Bashirs that are putting all of the illegal invaders in here. Notice I didn't say the word immigrants. I have no problem with immigration. I have a major problem with invasion, and that's the thing we've got going on. So why in the world somebody would say, I'm going to vote Trump? Trump's known for being pro-wall. I mean, that was one of his major things. And Kentucky would vote for that overwhelmingly. And then supposedly this same voter would go around and vote for Bashir, who is against that. You have Trump, who is very pro-Second Amendment, very gun rights. Why would this exact same person then vote for Bashir, who is very anti-gun and wants to disarm the people? You have President Trump, who is very pro-life, defending the life of the unborn. And then the same person supposedly would turn around and vote for Bashir, who has supported policies not only for abortion, but Bashir is supporting policies for abortion up to and including the 9th month. Bashir had even vetoed a bill. The state legislature passed a bill that would say if some doctor tried to commit an abortion, but the baby survived anyway and is born, then this would require the doctor to actually give this baby, now on its own, it would require to give the baby medical care instead of letting this newborn just sit there and die because no one cared for it. Andy Bashir vetoed that. He wants the baby to lay there, no one take care of it, and let it starve to death, bleed to death, whatever. Bashir vetoed a bill to stop that. So why in the world somebody would say, I'm going to vote for Trump? Kentucky overwhelmingly is going to vote for all these conservative policies of Trump, and then at the same time turn around and supposedly vote for a governor who is against every single thing that Trump stands for. Those two things do not add up. I'm Lee Watts, and I support that message. So when it comes time to vote here, we got about 1 month to go before Election Day. I think again, I would advise Attorney General Cameron, candidate Cameron, he should look at the camera and ask the people of Kentucky the exact same question that Ronald Reagan asked the people of America when he was running against Jimmy Carter. And here's the question that he asked.
Next Tuesday, all of you will go to the polls, will stand there in the polling place and make a decision. I think when you make that decision, it might be well if you would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment?
democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment in the country than there was 4 years ago? Is America as respected throughout the world as it was? Do you feel that our security is as safe, that we're as strong as we were 4 years ago? And if you answer all of those questions yes, why then I think your choice is very obvious as to who you'll vote for. If you don't agree, if you don't think that this course that we've been on for the last 4 years is what you would like to see us follow for the next 4, then I could suggest another choice that you have.
President Reagan put it in a perfect way. That's why he's called the great communicator. He asked America, under Carter, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And America overwhelmingly said, we are not better under that Democrat and Democrat policies, and they voted a conservative Ronald Reagan to take office. So I'm asking the same question to all of Kentuckians. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Is the economy doing better? Is your mortgage doing better? Is your insurance prices better? Are your food costs better? Is Kentucky better after 4 years of Bashir? Or is everything gone south? And I think the answer to that is very, very clear. We now have less people working in Kentucky than were working on the day that Andy Bashir took office. As far as people who, if he's actually added to the workforce, that is a grand total of 0. He comes out and says he's created jobs. Putting everybody out of work is not creating jobs. And there are now less people working in Kentucky than the day that Andy Bashir took office. If you have moved or for any other reason need to re-register to vote, or maybe you've never registered to begin with, you may register to vote in the upcoming election up until 4 o'clock on October the 10th. So that is coming up very shortly. If you need to re-register or register the first time to vote in the upcoming governor election, this must be done no later than October the 10th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I hope you'll go out there and vote. And a little message I want to send out now to the Kentucky State Legislature. We're all the time saying we want to increase the voter participation. And this is how we can do this. Right now, under Kentucky law, we have elections 3 out of every 4 years. And it really leads to a lot of election and voting fatigue amongst we the people. As soon as you take one person's sign out of your yard, it's immediately time to put somebody else's there. 3 out of 4 years, and we're getting voter election fatigue. If the state legislature were to move one of the election cycles over 1 year, make the term shorter 1 year or extend them by 1 year for one time, where we would only have elections every other year, I firmly believe we would see an increase in voter participation, and it would save tens of millions of dollars over the next few years instead of having to run an election 3 out of 4 years in a row. I think it'd be better for the state economy, and it'd be better for the democratic process. So I hope that they'll take that into account. And before we sign off again, if you've seen this person who will vote for Trump and then turn around and vote for Bashir, please let somebody know, because I've never met such a person. And yet supposedly all kinds of these people exist. Amazing that I can't seem to find them. If you will stick with conservative Christian constitutional principles, then I will be happy to stick with you. But the day that you give it away from Christian conservative constitutional principles, I must get away from you and support somebody else, because principle is the thing. Principle over personality, principle is key, and let us vote on that. So here are the people I'll be voting for. First of all, in the governor's position, I counted it up. I think there is 1.5 million people running for governor. Well, it sure seems that way. If you'd like to know more about the governor candidates, here's the different thumbnails for videos I've done on these candidates. Every single one of them has good things about them and bad things about them. I want to keep out of this particular one because there's so many of them running. Vote for whoever you think would be best. Now, when it comes to the Attorney General position, I will be voting for Mr. Russell Coleman. And the primary reason for that is he's the only person in the primary. Yes, there's nobody else on the ballot for this particular job, which is why we haven't examined that. When it comes to the general election in November, then we'll be looking into his background and his opponents. For the Secretary of State position, if you watch the program for more than 3 seconds, you will realize I do not like our current Secretary of State. There's 2 guys running against him. I know them both. I like them both, both conservatives. But at the end of the day, you can only vote for one. So I've decided that I'll be voting for Mr. Stephen Nipper. I think he is overall the best choice that we have and can really do a great deal to help clean up and secure Kentucky elections. Let's look at the the state treasurer position. For this, I'm supporting Mr. Andrew Cooperrider. You may remember Mr. Cooperrider was the guy who wouldn't close his business when Andy Beshear said he had to during the lockdowns. He took Beshear to court and he won. And he spent years and tens of thousands of his own dollars helping other Kentucky small business owners stand up for their rights. He put his money where his mouth is, and after being a successful conservative in business, now he's running for office, and that's the kind of person that I want. So I'm supporting Mr. Andrew Cooperrider for the state treasurer position. For the state auditor position, this position is open. I am supporting Mr. Derek Petties. And the reason for that is his opponent has supported somebody who is one of the most liberal, leftist, woke people that I've ever seen try to disguise themselves as a Republican. And if you are supporting that kind of an agenda and candidate, I can no longer support you. And it breaks my heart to say that. But that's the matter. We don't want to have somebody supporting the leftist agenda. So I will be supporting Mr. Derek Petties in that particular race. When it comes to the last one on the ballot, that will be the Commissioner of Agriculture. We have 2 guys running. Again, this is an open position. I know both of these candidates. I like both of these candidates. I've known them personally for years. And I can't say anything bad about the one I'm not voting for. But at the end of the day, you can only choose one. And I've decided to vote for Mr. Richard Heath. I think he would be a wonderful Commissioner of Agriculture. So these are the people that I'll be voting for. Take it for whatever you think it's worth. If you want to vote for somebody else, That's okay with me, and I hope we can still be friends. If you got your friend, your neighbor's voting for somebody else, don't break fellowship with them over that. Now, if they voted for a Democrat, that'd be different. But this is a Republican primary. So let's move ahead. Remember, Kentucky's motto is united we stand, divided we're going to fall. Remember, it is the left, it's the Democrats who keep trying to divide up the United States into different groups and setting one group against another group. That's not the American way. Remember, America used to be the great melting pot, and what made it great was our unity, not our uniformity. And I hope you'll all remember that. And if your candidate doesn't win, just remember the words in the old Charlie Brown cartoon.
Well, I can understand how you feel. You worked hard. But did you notice something, Charlie Brown? What's that? The world didn't come to an end.
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
Hello, Patriots. I'm Lee Watts, and this is Patriot Point, your source for news and analysis from a conservative, Christian, and common sense point of view. Well, this week, the big news in the world are the terrorist attacks going on against Israel. And every report we see that Hamas has launched is more horrific than what we had learned before. And I think there is a lot of history that people may not be aware of. I love to use history while teaching. And I think you're going to learn some very interesting things this week. To kind of lead into this, I'm going to make a reference to one of my favorite singers, a guy by the name of Jim Croce. He had a song called Bad, Bad Leroy Brown. And during this song, he says, listen, there's certain things you don't do in life. You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't pull the mask off the Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Jim. That's Bad, Bad Leroy Brown. Well, with that being said, there's a few things in this world that nations better not do. Just anybody should never do these things. You don't mess with God and his stuff. You don't mess with God's word. You don't mess with God's messenger, and you better not mess with God's people. And everybody who did that had something horrible happen to them. Just ask Pharaoh. So we're going to look at two different things. First of all, we're going to look at some of the times when the United States chose to not stand with Israel and what happened because of that. And then we're going to do a little history lesson on the Arab-Israeli wars. I think there's probably some things people don't realize. First of all, let's talk about some of the times when America said, we're not going to help Israel out anymore, because the Bible says in Genesis 12:3, and I will bless them that bless thee, and I will curse him that curseth thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. This is a promise that is made to the Gentile people saying, listen, if you're going to bless Israel, I'm going to bless you. But if you don't stand with Israel, then God is not going to stand with you. Let's start off by looking where Obama said on April the 19th of the year 2010, he said the United States will no longer automatically stand with Israel. Now, keep this in mind. He said that on April the 19th, the very next day, there was that oil disaster over there in the Gulf, where they couldn't ever put all the oil rigs out. Millions and millions of dollars were lost. In September the 28th of 1998, the American Secretary of State Madeleine Albright works on a deal where Israel would have to give up 13% of its land. Later that same day, Hurricane George slams into the United States. In November of 1998, Yasser Arafat comes to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Clinton. He raises all kinds of money for a Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. And the U.S. and the European Union pledged millions of dollars to this. On the exact same day, the Dow Jones average dropped 216 points. And on December the 1st, the next day, the European market had its worst day in recorded history, with hundreds of billions of capital wiped out, and included all the money that they were going to do for this. There have been 6 Arab-Israeli wars so far. By the way, Israel has won 6 out of 6. Yes, one of the most famous of those is what is called the 6-Day War. And a lot of people may not realize what actually happened during this amazing conflict. So I've got a little animation here, and I'm going to give you the history on Israel, Syria's, and Egypt's 6-Day War. (1967). Here's Israel. It's divided by a ceasefire line. This line divides Jerusalem between Jordan and Israel. Now, in theory, there was a ceasefire, but in reality, Syria was attempting to divert Israel's main water sources and was regularly shelling Israeli civilians from their positions in the Golan Heights. Jordan banned Jews from the holy sites of Jerusalem, which was a violation of the ceasefire agreement, and Jews were randomly targeted by Jordanian snipers. The PLO was created by the Arab nations to coordinate deadly infiltrations against Israel. Israel defended itself in various strikes. On May 14th, 1967, Egypt launched an attack. This was based on a fake Soviet report of an Israeli plan to attack Syria. The Egyptians deployed their forces to the demilitarized Sinai Peninsula and blocked Israel's only access to the Red Sea. This cut off Israel's oil supply. Meanwhile, UN peacekeeping troops did what they do best and skipped town. Western countries were sympathetic to Israel, but they didn't want to help because it would offend the Russians who were backing Egypt. Meanwhile, Jordan and most Arab countries joined Egypt's team uniting against Israel. Things did not look good for Israel, whose military was woefully outnumbered. Geographically, Israel's small size, topographic disadvantage, and narrow waistline made it easy to split in half, thus turning it into an easy target. With Arab leaders making explicit calls for full Jewish annihilation, it left Israel with few options. On June 5th, Israel put all its eggs into one basket by committing nearly all of its aircraft in a single daring operation. While Egyptians were having breakfast, the Israeli forces turned their entire Egyptian Air Force into toast. Egypt, much like Baghdad Bob, said they were winning despite all the evidence to the contrary. Egypt called for its allies to help them in the fight. But things did not go so well for Israel's enemies. After Israel won battles in the south against the Egyptians, it was free to use its troops to engage the Jordanians. They won all of Jerusalem and pushed the Jordanians back to their side of the river. Israel captured the whole Sinai Peninsula, reached the Suez Canal, and opened the Straits of Tiran. Syria wound up losing the Golan Heights. The world was astonished at how little underdog Israel had defeated all the bullies. The Arabs started planning new tactics to try and destroy Israel. By the war's end, Israel had recaptured its historical homeland, including many of the cities you probably recognize. At the beginning of that conflict, all these nations surrounded Israel. They were on the brink of destruction, but by the end of the 6th day, Israel became victorious, took all this extra land, and took back its capital of Jerusalem and those other sites that you probably read about in the Bible. I think we're about to see some amazing things happen once again in the nation of Israel. So what we, as Kentuckians, what can and should we be doing about this? Well, number one, I'm going to be, as this Kentuckian, is going to be very interested to find out if Biden and Congress are going to give Israel the kind of help that we've sent to Ukraine. I'd be very interested to find out what happens with that. But something I highly encourage everyone to be doing is to follow what the Bible says in the 122nd chapter of Psalms. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. Peace be within thy walls and prosperity within thy palaces. For my brethren and companions' sakes, I will now say, peace be within thee. And I think God will bless those prayers and bless the people and the state that lifts up those prayers. So pray for the peace of Jerusalem and Israel, and I think we'll get a blessing out of that on top of it. Hello, Patriots. I'm Lee Watts, and this is Patriot Point, your source for Kentucky news and analysis from a conservative, Christian, and common sense point of view. Well, once again, Kentucky's policies and politics are going to be influencing the entire nation. Been watching the news the last few days, you will know that the Speaker of the House of Representatives up there in D.C., Representative Kevin McCarthy, has been ousted. The party has voted him out of that leadership position. So we are seeing right now a showdown between the more conservative Trump, America First candidates versus the establishment rhino Republicans trying to take over this leadership position. Now, of course, we have Mitch McConnell, who is the poster boy for the establishment. I mean, he has been in the Senate for nearly 40 years. I mean, 4 decades of this career having this position. If there was also ever a poster boy for the reason we should have term limits, you should put his picture by that. Now, of course, McConnell would be the one who would want to get a lot of support and momentum against putting an establishment person in position as the new Speaker of the House of Representatives. We have the conservatives pushing for their kind of a person, more of an America First, MAGA, Trump kind of person. So this is going to be a big test. Mitch McConnell, as it has been shown in the last 2 or 3 months, has some major health problems. And it's been reported that he's just sitting blankly in committee meetings as if he's not processing what's going on. So this is a test. Does Mitch McConnell still have the...
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify women's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
That has been shown in the last 2 or 3 months, has some major health problems. And it's been reported that he's just sitting blankly in committee meetings as if he's not processing what's going on. So this is a test. Does Mitch McConnell still have the capability physically and mentally to rally his troops to put an establishment person in this position? Or is this a major opportunity for the Trump supporters, America First, MAGA type movement to put a true conservative as the Speaker of the House? Now, talking about Trump policies and those being kind of tested, and Trump's strength and supporters are right now being tested against the Republican establishment right now. And that brings up an important thing for us to consider here in Kentucky. During the last 2 presidential cycles on election night, Kentucky was the very first state that was called for President Trump. I think he won by 20% or more, which is just a huge, massive margin of victory. So I find it very odd then that Kentuckians would then also at the same time do the exact opposite and vote for Bashir, who is against everything Trump is for. So I'm putting out a statewide manhunt for a missing person. If anyone can tell me, please, where is this voter supposedly that is going to vote for Trump and all of these extremely conservative right-wing things, and then turn around at the same time vote for Bashir, who is doing the exact opposite of all those things? So, I'm putting out a statewide manhunt. If anybody can find a voter like this who's going to vote Trump, Trump is, again, very America First, and you've got the Bidens and Bashirs that are putting all of the illegal invaders in here. Notice I didn't say the word immigrants. I have no problem with immigration. I have a major problem with invasion, and that's the thing we've got going on. So why in the world somebody would say, I'm going to vote Trump? Trump's known for being pro-wall. That was one of his major things. And Kentucky would vote for that overwhelmingly. And then supposedly this same voter would go around and vote for Bashir, who is against that. You have Trump, who is very pro-Second Amendment, very gun rights. Why would this exact same person then vote for Bashir, who is very anti-gun and wants to disarm the people? You have President Trump, who is very pro-life, defending the life of the unborn. And then the same person supposedly would turn around and vote for Bashir, who has supported policies not only for abortion, but Bashir is supporting policies for abortion up to and including the 9th month. Bashir had even vetoed a bill. The state legislature passed a bill that would say if some doctor tried to commit an abortion, but the baby survived anyway and is born, then this would require the doctor to actually give this baby, now on its own, it would require to give the baby medical care instead of letting this newborn just sit there and die because no one cared for it. Andy Bashir vetoed that. He wants the baby to lay there, no one take care of it, and let it starve to death, bleed to death, whatever. Bashir vetoed a bill to stop that. So why in the world somebody would say, I'm going to vote for Trump? Kentucky overwhelmingly is going to vote for all these conservative policies of Trump, and then at the same time turn around and supposedly vote for a governor who is against every single thing that Trump stands for. Those two things do not add up. I'm Lee Watts, and I support that message. So when it comes time to vote here, we got about 1 month to go before Election Day. I think again, I would advise Attorney General Cameron, candidate Cameron, he should look at the camera and ask the people of Kentucky the exact same question that Ronald Reagan asked the people of America when he was running against Jimmy Carter. And here's the question that he asked.
Next Tuesday, all of you will go to the polls, will stand there in the polling place and make a decision. I think when you make that decision, it might be well if you would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment?
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
Flavor is on at $1.99. Choose Pepper Jack Barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's Bacon Cheddar Crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
Temperatures have warmed up again here in Kentucky, and so has the gubernatorial race. Just when it seemed like Republican Attorney General Daniel Cameron, who's trying to unseat incumbent Governor Andy Beshear, might be losing momentum, recent polling shows it's now a neck-and-neck race. All the polling in this race so far has either had General Cameron behind or at best tied with Governor Beshear, the only Democrat who still holds statewide office in Kentucky. Some of the polling in early October showed a double-digit lead for the governor. An Emerson poll of registered voters had Beshear leading 49 to 33%. However, the results of a new Emerson poll released on Friday of 1,000 likely voters showed Cameron and Beshear in a virtual tie at 47 to 47. And just like college basketball teams want to peak during tournament play, so political candidates seek to peak on Election Day. And it appears that General Cameron is doing just that, peaking at just the right time. But will it be enough? Beshear's outspent Cameron by nearly $17 million to $4 million. But there are two important offsetting factors in Cameron's favor. One, last year, for the first time in the history of this Commonwealth, the number of voters who registered Republican surpassed those who identify as Democrats. Another, and perhaps even more important, is the endorsement of former President Trump, who reiterated that support in a video to supporters this weekend. Cameron made big inroads in the polling among Trump supporters during these final weeks of the campaign. And if they turn out, they could be the deciding factor and make Cameron the 64th governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Voters also are deciding a host of other races, including statewide constitutional offices, Attorney General, Secretary of State, Treasurer, Auditor, and Agriculture Commissioner, all currently held by Republicans. In the end, the only poll that counts is the one taken today, on Election Day, in the form of a ballot. And we'll be here on Kentucky's Voice to announce and analyze the results. Will incumbent Andy Beshear be reelected? Will Daniel Cameron become Kentucky's 64th governor and only the 5th Republican since World War II to hold that office? Stay with us on Kentucky's Voice as we announce the voters' decision and analyze the results and what it all means for the future of our Commonwealth. And welcome to live coverage of 2023 campaign right here on Kentucky's Voice. And we're so glad to have you with us this evening. We're going to be with you all evening. We're going to have great panels, great discussion here. And we're going to most importantly bring you the results of this gubernatorial race and the other state constitutional office races that are going on, the campaigns for those offices. You know, the word momentum comes to mind. It's so important in basketball season, as we said in the opening, and it's important in a political campaign as well. And looking at the polling, what a surprise we had this past weekend with a poll showing Attorney General Daniel Cameron pulling even with the incumbent governor, Andy Beshear, who's been favored in much of this race. But I think more important maybe than the numbers, or as important, is the fact that it seems like the supporters of former President Donald Trump, who is more popular in Kentucky arguably than any other state in the Union, if you look at both of his campaigns, and that finally it seems like they're saying yes to this Republican nominee. And he has solidified that support. Will it be enough? We'll see. Tonight, the voters decide. In our constitutional republic that we have, it's the voters who decide the eventual outcome. The polling is interesting to talk about, but the final poll is the one that counts on Election Day. And we're so excited about being here and ready to bring the results of this campaign to you. It has flown by. It's hard to believe, Tom Fawbush, that we are already on Election Day. I know we all went out and voted today. You know, I have to say that I think the voting experience has been as good this year as it ever has been. I want to thank the poll workers and all the people who made this happen, you know, and it's very important. But our Secretary of State, Michael Adams, has done a good job, you know, of handling this voting, the early voting. He got it down to 3 days, which I think is great, and it gives people who work during the week a chance to vote on a Saturday, for example. There are more hours and more opportunities to vote. And I think it'll be interesting to see if the turnout, if that helped the turnout this year, post-pandemic, really the first post-pandemic election that we've had as far as post-pandemic policies go in terms of voting. It'll be interesting to see how much of a difference that'll make. But we're joined here in our first hour by Tom Fawbush, who is the president of Kentucky's Voice, the host of the station on Sundays here on WBNA, and also by Lee Watts, the former chaplain for the Kentucky legislature and host of Patriot Point on Sunday on WBNA. I just like saying that so much, the host of Patriot Point. It's a great name, and we're glad to have you all with us. But Tom, we were talking a little bit before we got started about how important the turnout's going to be with Republicans, you know, finally overtaking Democrats in the registration. That's one thing, but will they turn out? That's the question.
That's a huge issue, and that's just the key to this whole race. But before I get back to that, I want to make one comment on this. The 3 days to vote, early voting. I still think that issue is still undecided overall. It's convenient to have 3 days to vote, but there's still a lot of Republicans, a lot of folks like me that think we just need to have election day, right, and not election week. And even if it's 3 days, it's still. So I just want to make that point. I'm not a big fan of that.
But as far as like turnout goes, as far as how that will affect this race,
exactly right.
What do you
exactly
think?
right.
As far as
well, there we go.
Having the more voting.
I think so. That and also I think the nice weather that's been dialed up today. You know, this is like I think we're almost at near record temperature today. So, so that plays into this as well. But. Anyway, yeah, and really the key dynamic here, and I think Lee's commented on this quite a bit as well, is this is a traditionally red state. This is a Republican state. If you look at especially all the national elections, you can see the national offices go Republican, sometimes up to 2-1. I've got the numbers here. Donald Trump, he won Kentucky with 1,326,000 votes, right? That Joe Biden only received 700,000 votes. It's almost 2-1. And so now you look at the 2019 election where Matt Bevin and Andy Beshear were running against one another. Well, both of those candidates received about 700,000 votes. So there's almost 600,000 votes more votes that voted for Trump than voted for Bevin last time. So that's the key dynamic. I think anybody looking at this race looked at that and go, okay, this is just a turnout game. This is just a motive. So if we get good turnout, it's going to benefit a Republican in this state. So,
well, also these off-year elections. You know, Kentucky's one of only 3 states this year that has a gubernatorial election. And we have elections 3 out of every 4 years. But on this ballot, it's all state offices or below, or local offices. Yeah. Whereas, what would the turnout be, and how could that affect these races for governor, for example, if folks were also turning out to vote for a congressman or a senator or a president? And I know there's been discussion about doing that. In my research about why we have that set up the way we do here. The thinking was that the way our Constitution is written here in Kentucky, that you can't run for one office and hold another office at the same time. So I think that has something to do with this. But it may be time to revisit that. Lee Watts, what are your thoughts about this off-year election? And it seems really to have benefited progressive liberal candidates who get entrenched in office, and really it's been tough for conservative challengers to overcome this. Do you think that has anything to do with it?
I have to agree with you on that, because the more that we're able to tie in national issues with state level issues, I think the more it would benefit the conservatives. And so it also helped by tens of millions of dollars if we were to move our election cycle instead of, as you pointed out, where we have kind of every 3 years, move over 1 year where we would just have elections every other year, following on the federal level. I think it would not only save a tremendous amount of money, it would increase voter participation and would have the benefit of helping the conservative cause.
Well, and speaking of national races, what do you think has been, both of you, what do you think has been the national implications of this race? I don't think you can look at this race for governor in Kentucky between Attorney General Daniel Cameron, the Republican challenger, and incumbent Governor Andy Beshear, the Democrat, without talking about the national implications that this has. This race has garnered lots of national attention from national press, as well as the parties themselves looking at what happens here today in terms of kind of a bellwether of what could happen next year in the presidential election. So I think we have, and both of these candidates really possibly have a future on the national stage, don't they? So what are your thoughts on that, Tom?
Well, exactly. You just used the term bellwether, and because if you look at the 2019 election, what happened? You had a Republican governor who lost to a Democrat challenger. Well, what happened a year later in the 2020 election? Same thing happened. So they're looking at that and extrapolating into this year. Okay, if this can repeat in Kentucky, that shows that there's a dynamic in the amongst voters that we can unseat some parties. So, but I don't know, at the same time, all politics are local, and so every state race is different. And we had a very unpopular, somewhat unpopular candidate last time around with Matt Bevin. He was controversial in some of his issues, so I think that was a unique race in and of itself. And so, and so is this one. So, I don't know.
Well, Lee, what are your thoughts about the? Okay, we're getting Lee back. Well, Tom, continuing with that thought. If Andy Beshear wins this race, he has much higher aspirations.
Yes.
But as you said, all politics are local, and if a candidate doesn't take care of local, then even their intentions of running for higher office can be thwarted. We've seen that in the past. But I have to say, I think one of Governor Beshear's strong points has been his ability to connect with people. And I think, honestly, and I was going to ask Lee about this, and I was going to ask Lee about this too, but, likability, Tom, is, like it or not, Kentucky voters want to like their governor. They want to like the people that lead them in the state. And sometimes that can trump politics.
It absolutely can.
We saw that happen.
Yeah, especially with the key swing demographic in most elections, which is usually more. Usually, there's a female demographic that swings within elections, and so somebody that's more approachable, more likable, more relatable tends to women voters tend to respond to that better. And so, and you've had a governor for the past 3 or 4 years now that has had a tremendous amount of media given to him. It's primarily due to the COVID issue. The Andy hour every day for a year or two, and that allowed voters to really see who this man is, and he was able to show that he was a concerned leader, that he was very emotional and about a lot of what he spoke about and a lot of his leadership style, and I think that appealed to people. So as somebody that does care, he seems like a genuinely nice man, I appreciate his style. And so that was invaluable for him in this campaign.
Well, let me ask Lee, though. He was likable, but his politics weren't exactly in line with conservative Kentuckians. And Lee, I think most of America is center right. I really do. I think most Americans are. They reject the radicalism on both sides of the aisle, but they tend to be conservative in their thinking, especially small business owners and people who have families and people who are paying taxes and paying the bills. So this governor really seems to have straddled that, at least to this point, of the likability factor, but also not standing up to the radical elements of his party. So how's that going to play out? Here we have a governor who, during the COVID race, sent the state police around to church parking lots to take down people's license plate numbers because they disobeyed his edict and showed up for church on a Sunday. Now, normally I think in Kentucky that would be a deal killer right there, but we have short memories. and like Tom mentioned, every day, when you're on TV every day, you can overcome some of that maybe.
Well, talking about the likability factor, Andy Beshear has been very adept in presenting himself to be a very nice, likable guy. But when we actually look at the facts, he is far from a nice guy. We're seeing very much a false face here. Remember, on that Easter Sunday, he didn't just send state troopers to write down license plate numbers. Remember the notices that he put on those people's cars that he sent the state police to go do. It said you will now be facing 1 year in jail for going to church today. And if you think about it, Andy Beshear, if a federal court had not stopped him, would have locked up Christians for a year simply for defying his orders. And at the same time, at that point of the year, he had not closed down liquor stores. He never closed down abortion clinics. He hadn't closed any restaurants. He hadn't closed a single business. The first thing he went after was to lock up Christians for a year. Also during the lockdowns, he was not only not nice to the Christians, he wasn't nice to the legislature. Repeatedly, the legislature complained, the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, that they could not even get this guy to meet with them because he wanted to do everything by his own. He is not a nice guy, but the media, as Mr. Fawbush had talked about, gave him a free hour or year and a half. That's a tremendous amount of propaganda time.
Well,
you hear it have
okay.
Politicians
personality. Right. What I'm talking about. Right. What I'm talking about is personality, though. And I think he is a likable person.
Or the personality that's conveyed, because it may not be his actual personality.
And I think we saw some of it, honestly, guys, now in the way that he handled the response to the tornado in western Kentucky, the flooding in eastern Kentucky. Sure. My point is that if you compare him to the way Matt Bevin campaigned, voters rejected that what they at least perceived to be an unlikability factor, and certainly that was aided by the press too, I think. Right. So good points all.
To Lee's point, if you don't mind me interjecting, I read a great book a few years ago called Liberal Fascism. Right, it's really very popular about 10 years ago, back when Obama was in office, and one of his key points said, if fascism ever came to America, it would be fascism with a smiley face. Right. So in other words, authoritarianism can still occur in a society. You can still have a heavy-handed, government or leaders that aren't looking out for the best interests of people, but still do it with a smile. And in America, you almost need that. People almost give him a pass. He's a nice guy. He's oppressive and he's locking us up, but he's a nice guy.
But Daniel, we have it in this race, and Daniel Cameron. Why can't you have both, right?
That's
Why can't you have a conservative who also is likable? And
well said.
If you've heard Daniel Cameron's story, he's got a powerful story, Lee Watts, and I heard him tell it and give it a couple of times, and he's a formidable force. I think if whatever happens to him in this race, I think he's got a great future here, probably on the national stage as well. Do you agree with that? And also, you mentioned.
I have to agree. In fact, I imagine he's being a repeat showdown of these two gentlemen, possibly one day to take Mitch McConnell's place.
Yeah. Well, look, as far as as far as his future goes, it'll be interesting to see, what happens. Yeah. With that.
Lee, I'd like to ask you this question. You did a great video on your channel called Patriot Point, where you talked about the election in 2019 versus now. And one of the key dynamics that is not in play this time. Well, first of all, let me set it up this way. That election was very close, right? That election was
it was 0.4 of a point.
Exactly, 5,000 votes, right? And there's so many things that have that are occurred differently with this election than last year. One of them being we do not have a strong libertarian candidate running. I think that the libertarian candidate, which I believe was, I had it pulled up on my screen here, but that candidate had 20,000 votes in and of itself. Now, typically, if you follow politics, you understand libertarians generally, if you don't have a strong libertarian candidate, a good portion of those libertarian voters will vote Republican.
So why?
But because generally liberty and republicanism sort of go together. There's a lot of overlap in the ideologies between traditional American conservatism and libertarianism, and so that is not in play this time. So just give me 5,000 of those votes back, and maybe this election can turn actually just 2,500 of those votes.
Yeah.
And so then you also have. More Republican registrations, right? And I think you mentioned this earlier, but Lee, tell us about those 2 points, because I think with Republican registrations and the lack of a libertarian candidate, this could be a very easy campaign to win, theoretically.
Very much so. That was actually the current edition on Patriot Point talks about those are the two factors, which is why I think Daniel will take tonight. Is because, one, he is a more popular candidate than Mr. Bevin was. You now have the first time in Kentucky history, 100,000 more registered voters than you did last time on the Republican side, and you don't have a libertarian candidate. I believe last time got more than 28,000 votes. And when you put all those things together, then I think it will translate into a Republican victory tonight.
Well, that's a great point. You made a point earlier too, Lee, about Beshear's unwillingness to work with the legislature, and I think this is also going to play a role in this. And I've heard Daniel Cameron sort of jump on that and make that an issue in these debates that they've had, and which have been, I think, pretty informative and pretty revelational about these two candidates. But picking Senator Robbie Mills, there was some criticism about that. But, I think, what do you think about that choice? And, picking a senator who's well-respected legislator, who has really a varied business background, a strong business background from Western Kentucky, I think it was a good decision. But what are your thoughts about that?
I've known Senator Mills for quite a while, and everything I know about him, he is what is presented a solid conservative guy. So I think he was an excellent choice, kind of our backup governor. And he, of course, coming from the legislature, have a strong tie of the legislative process. So I think that would be a great benefit to the administration. I thought it was an interesting choice to pick somebody who doesn't have statewide name recognition, which is a huge factor. I had, if I was a betting man, I would have betted that he would have chosen one of the people from the primary.
Yeah.
But I think Mr. Mills will be an excellent person in office, though may not have been able to gather as many votes as somebody who's actually in the gubernatorial primary.
Well, that's interesting too, considering that the Republicans hold a supermajority in the legislature, and if they do grab this governor's seat tonight, they are going to. They're going to have the trifecta here in Kentucky, and we'll see what happens. We're covering 2023 election coverage here on Kentucky's Voice, and glad to have you with us tonight. Stay with us throughout the night. We'll bring you the results as they begin to come in here in a little while. And we want to ask you to help support bringing this conservative news outlet to our state. Support the expansion of Kentucky's Voice. If you're enjoying this program, you enjoy it tonight, and you're going to learn some things on this program because we have some really great panelists, and you're going to find some information out that maybe you didn't know. If you'd like to see more of that, you'd like to hear more of this conservative Christian approach to covering and analyzing the news, it's very easy. Just scan that QR code right there on the screen, and you can give, or you can just find out more information. If you're not ready to give yet, find out more information about what's going on. that will have it all for you right there. And also, Patriot Mobile is helping spread Kentucky's voice. Look, you have a cell phone, everyone in your family has one. Stop sending your money to one of these big corporate companies who exploit left-wing ideology, most of which oppose the values, the conservative Christian values that we're going to be talking about and coming from a perspective on here tonight. So make that change. Patriot Mobile, Kentucky's voice, and stay with us tonight for more election coverage right here. Don't go away.
You want a guaranteed offer on your home and avoid the hassle and stress of listing? No showings or open houses, no inspections or repairs, close when you want. You can even take the belongings you want and leave the rest. Contact JP Pirtle today for a guaranteed offer.
I'm here with Mr. Kevin Parrish from Louisville Custom Signs.
We are able to take care of all of your building fascia signs, your monument signs, any of the freestanding signs, permitting, and everything that goes along with that.
If a person wants to reach out to you, where would they go?
Oh, the best way to reach us is www.louisvillecustomsigns.com.
Louisville Custom Signs is an option for any business out there. Thank you.
Car wreck? When you get Hughes & Coleman, it can make a big difference. Here's what I mean. Insurance offer, $3,000. Our result, $156,000. Insurance offer, $0. Our result, $385,000. Insurance offer, $300,000. Our result, $1 million. After an accident, if you want to get the money you deserve, get Hughes & Coleman and get it done. Call 800-800-4600.
Hey, Grandpa needs a new Window World commercial. Let's make one for him.
Okay. I have a phone.
5 reasons you'll love to buy Window World windows from my grandpa.
No one beats Window World pricing. You can get 10 windows for $55.95 installed.
They're the most quality-tested windows and are backed by Window World and Good Housekeeping.
Our windows have a lifetime warranty. Other competitors come and go, but Window World will be here to back your warranty.
Over 50,000 local customers and 2.5 million nationwide have chosen Window World.
And our grandpa can save you lots of money and utility bills with Window World windows.
I like it. We want everyone to be part of our Window World family.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat. We keep our options open. Our nights lit. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. You choose Jack the Barbecue Burger, the sauced up A1 Swiss Burger, or Rally's Classic Bacon Cheddar Crisp. $1.99 each. Tonight, we're on. 3 choices, $1.99. Rally's.
Imagine being free from the pain normal exercise can cause. Introducing the Teeter Free Step, featuring patented stride technology licensed from commercial high-end physical therapy equipment. Free Step is the only home-use stepper with this unique, gentle, linear motion, delivering the best in low-impact exercise.
It's almost like the machines that I had at physical therapy. The Free Step has been a lifesaver for me. It really has.
93% of users surveyed reported the Free Step was easier on their knees and back than other cardio options.
I've tried the elliptical, I've tried the stationary bike. The Free Step answered so many of the issues that I had. I can get a full body workout and not be in pain while I'm doing it.
The Free Step engages both the upper and lower body, boosting calorie burn by more than 17% and distributing muscle exertion so your workout feels easier.
Instead of sitting in my favorite chair, now I'm sitting on Free Step. I can watch TV. I'm moving my legs, I'm moving my arms. Before I know it, the show's over and I just got a great workout without even thinking about it.
Call or go to tryfreestep.com to learn more.
Join the movement for a better mobile experience and support the causes you believe in. Switch now and use code 21 for free activation. Visit patriotmobile.com today. That's patriotmobile.com and use code 21 for free activation. Patriot Mobile, your wireless, your values.
want a guaranteed offer on your home and avoid the hassle and stress of listing? No showings or open houses, no inspections or repairs, close when you want. You can even take the belongings you want and leave the rest. Contact JP Pirtle today for a guaranteed offer.
Welcome to Kentucky's Voice election coverage, a special edition. Glad to have you with us tonight, and we're talking education and social issues. Those are the two areas in this campaign, really. It's going to be education. Crime also has been part of that, so we'll put that in there, but I think those three areas, if you had to pick three areas that really were dominant in this campaign, it was certainly what's happening in education. Not just the fact that Kentucky has no school choice for parents, but also what kids are being taught in the classroom, the forcing of woke ideology upon and left-wing progressive ideology on our kids and using public education to do that, and but also crime and also education. I think there's a lot going on here. But anyhow, we're glad to have you back with us tonight here on Kentucky's Voice, and I'm joined in this segment by a new panel. Rhonda Palazzo, who competed in the Republican primary for the 3rd Congressional District seat in the last congressional election, and she's now a realtor and has her own real estate firm. Rhonda, thanks for joining us. Derek Barber, former Democratic Party political strategist, until the Obama years when he saw the light and made the change.
Definitely.
So welcome to the show tonight. And Derek, when it comes to education, I mean, usually what we hear in Frankfurt is if we just had spent more money on education, we would make things better. That just hasn't been the case. We've increased spending on education, inflation adjusted, since KERA, since the Kentucky Education Reform Act of 1990. If you take all of the sources of education, local, federal, and state, we've increased spending by 80% per pupil, and that's inflation adjusted since KERA. And yet, our academic achievement gaps are wider, our graduation gaps are wider, and we're having a lot of controversy, especially in Jefferson County here, where we are doing this program about education, what's going on in our schools.
I do see that throwing money at the problem hasn't been working. We could increase the budgets, but at the same time, we handcuff a lot of the teachers as well as the parents so that they can get those dollars to working inside of the schools. As you can even see now with just getting kids to school, it isn't a payment issue of what do you do to get the bus drivers there. It's who is going to tolerate some of the behavior from the children, and you can't throw money at that.
I think one of the problems with the school district has been, and our education system in general, has been an unwillingness to confront anything that's perceived as negative. And yet, how do you fix a problem, Rhonda Palazzo, if you don't confront the negative issues involved and how, especially if it's affecting the next generation of Kentuckians?
You can't. You have to have common sense. You have to have discipline. You have to have rules that you follow. You have to have systems that, and adults running the show, and not special interests that are perverted or completely blinded by what's right and wrong. You can't do that. We need to go back to the fundamentals. Kids obey the teachers. Children obey the administrators. They obey. First of all, we need bus drivers. We need to stop busing and put it back in the districts, put the kids back in their neighborhood schools. Then we need to have monitors on every bus. And if you don't obey the rules, 3 strikes and you're out. You walk to school or you don't get there.
Do we have the clip available from the debate about education? Please play that. Let's see what the candidates have to say about this.
The General Assembly passed legislation in 2022 setting charter school funding and deadlines for pilot charters in Jefferson County in northern Kentucky. Since then, litigation has also been filed claiming that charter funding violates Kentucky's Constitution. What is your vision for spending on public schools, and does it include charter schools, vouchers, pay increases for teachers, or anything else?
Well, look, I appreciate that question. I'm glad to be here tonight with my wife, Mackenzie, who is a public school teacher. She spent nearly 7 years in the Oldham County school system, teaching 5th and 3rd grade. And so she, myself, my sister-in-law who teaches in JCPS right now, want to make sure that we have a world-class education system here in Kentucky, one in which our schools are about reading, writing, and math, and they aren't incubators for liberal and progressive ideas. And I've offered the Cameron catch-up plan to catch up our kids on the disastrous decision that this governor made to shut down our schools, whether they be public or private. This governor tried to shut them down. We need leadership that's going to catch our kids up, going to make sure that we increase the salaries of our teachers, restore discipline to the classroom, and remove any bureaucracy that might exist that disconnects our teachers from our students.
Governor Beshear, what is your vision for spending on public schools? And does it include charter schools, vouchers, pay increases for teachers, or anything else?
I believe in public education. I'm a product of Kentucky's public schools, and I would not be where I am today without so many educators. I've shown how I'll stand up for public education from the time I was Attorney General. And I took Matt Bevin's sewer bill, which my opponent's running mate had championed to court, to protect the pensions of every educator, police officer, and firefighter out there, and thank goodness we won. As governor, I have stood with our public education system and against any effort to defund it. My opponent's catch-up plan has vouchers in it which would defund tens of millions of dollars in our public schools, take money out of public schools and provide them to fancy private schools. That doesn't catch anybody up. My plan, an across-the-board 11% raise for every teacher, bus driver, mental health counselor. If we want to catch our kids up in math, they have to have a math teacher. And it's also time for universal pre-K for every 4-year-old in Kentucky.
We had to mention Attorney General Cameron. If you so choose, you have 30 seconds.
Well, the first person I'm going to enroll in the Cameron catch-up plan is Andy Beshear, because it appears he has not read my policy. My policy is about public education. I want to make sure that our schools are the best version of themselves. Again, I grew up in the Hardin County school system. My wife is a public school teacher. My sister-in-law, a public school teacher. The majority of our students are in public schools. And what Andy Beshear did in shutting down our schools for nearly 2 years is a shame. And we need a governor that is going to lean into this issue to fight for our kids and make sure that they have the best education system here possible in Kentucky.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Oh, yeah.
Really. Let's start with this idea of school choice, educational freedom. If you're talking about schools being the best versions of themselves, how does that happen if right now they're failing a whole generation of children? How does that happen without the pressure of knowing that if we do not improve our performance, we will suffer consequences as a result of that? I mean, that's the real world, right? You don't do your job, there are consequences to that. If you look at the pandemic, we still have not recovered in terms of academic performance. We had 10,000 children in the city of Louisville who were not online. The schools were not prepared for this. They failed a whole generation of students. So without that pressure that and how we know this, Ron Palazzo, is from other states. We're going to hear this from the teachers' unions and their left-wing cellmates, partners in the next year, because there's going to be a constitutional amendment next year that will remove all the barriers to school choice and education freedom in this state. Who better to decide where and how a child is educated than their parents? Who better? And Andy Beshear isn't the guy to decide that for my kids. But I find it also, there's so much he said here, but we'll just stick to this for a moment. Here's a guy who sent his own children to private school. We've seen this from teachers and teachers union bosses and thugs across the country. They send their own children to private school, but they'll deny a low-income resident of West Louisville or South Louisville, for that matter. They'll make their kids get on a bus and go all the way across the city. Nobody here is proposing vouchers. That's how little this governor really knows about what's going on. But let me ask you, before I go on any further, about how you feel about that.
Competition is the secret. We have competition in every area of our capitalistic society.
But we were told when this fight began, we were told not to talk about competition. That we shouldn't talk. I could never figure that out.
That's their problem. That's a delusion. Competition is in every facet of society. Competition causes the creme de la creme to rise to the top and the failures to fall out of business or out of their
or whatever it is.
Whatever
right?
it is.
So there are consequences.
We need competition and we need consequences for failure. And that's where they have not had any consequences for their failure to educate our especially our low-income families. The low-income families are the ones that suffer the most. I was from a middle-income family. My family could afford private schools, but thank God for that, because you know what? I had the experience in private schools and then go finishing with a public school, and I will tell you, the education is nothing compared. Public schools cannot compare, and so we need more competition and more choice, school choice.
But you know, you were talking about, Derek, you were the product of public education. I was too. But I think what Rhonda's saying is that when you have competition, it makes the public system better. And that benefits especially those children that will get left behind if we don't do something about this.
I think there were two different things they were both tap dancing to first of all say that they're going to take this money and then go to a private school. When we're talking charter schools, these are public schools.
That's right.
And so that's a way to try and shape a vote, shape an idea so that people believe what he's saying. And then another hand, you have the small schools that are in the rural parts of our state where they only have one big school and they love their one big school. And it's not set up like the magnet programs here in JCPS. And so it's apples and oranges because it's based on where you're from. But at the same time, if you're going to say that you're going to give parents their choice, whether they take that money that is attached to the child to a private school or a better public school, isn't that their business?
Well, isn't that what the money's for? If we're
Exactly.
talking about tax dollars.
Exactly.
It is to educate students.
If you have a school system where we have to decide whether or not to call a male teacher ma'am or sir, or these types of things that are being infused into the public schools, you should have the right to decide whether you want to take your child out of that indoctrination program or not. It's parental choice.
Yeah, well, that's exactly another reason why we need it, right? And Rhonda, you know, that's come up in this campaign about this governor not standing up to the radical elements in his party who are all for boys using the girls' restrooms in public education. But as taxpayers, we should at the very least have a choice. Whether if parents don't agree with that, they should at the very least have the opportunity to enroll their child in a school that does not have that policy.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, why don't we ask the kids, how about looking at the negative effect on the children in the schools? Why don't we ask them how they feel about boys being in the girls' bathrooms? They don't like it, whether their parents are liberal or not, or Republican or Democrat. No, I totally agree. They need school choice. The parents need to have the choice.
And that's where I really did disagree with Bashir, where he laid everything out as if to make it as if you leave the public schools, you're trying to basically defund the schools. And no, it was, just as you were saying, competition. If we have a better program over here that can launch our kid to the next level where they can get to the college programs they need to get to, that's what we're supposed to do as parents.
Or the careers.
Exactly.
Right?
The Options 2000 program in JCPS had career lines set up if you went to that particular magnet. That's what it's supposed to be for. But if they begin to waiver, the parent should have the option to make a new decision.
Well, somebody might say, well, why are you talking about education? That's usually not been on the front page of a campaign. It finally is. Mm-hmm. And I think it's right and it's proper that it be. I was looking at the Family Foundation of Kentucky, which came out with their general election voter guide. How many of the issues were related to education, and there's one page, but out of that, gender transition of children, teach kids transgenderism and LGBTQ ideology in school, boys competing in girls' sports and using girls' bathrooms, parental rights in public schools, educational freedom, school choice, more than, and pro-life protections, well, that's a pro-life issue, but more than half of the issues on this voter guide were related to public schools and public education. And of course, this governor, while he comes off as a moderate in some ways, when it comes down to his ideology about education, he's very progressive and very, very ideological.
And they seem to be somewhat bending the line of ethics and morals in order to accommodate a secular society. I don't understand how that can grow legs in the public school. You can tell a young guy that he can be a female, but at the same time, he can get that wrong in biology if they're going. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, let me ask you this. There was a time, and aren't you glad, I guess we can probably agree here that we're glad that education is finally getting attention beyond just the funding issues of it. And by the way, I hope our legislators will pay close attention to this when they come back and do the budget in 2024. That will be a budget year here in Kentucky. And I hope they will not, it won't just be about how much more money can be spent, but also school choice, also really listening to parents, what they want, and these busing issues. And another issue that's come up in this campaign is Jefferson County Public Schools. That's been an issue in and of itself. Here we have a school district. It's 100,000 students. It's a budget that's twice the size of the Metro Council, Louisville Metro Council budget, more than twice the size. The Louisville Metro Council budget has been $800 to $900 million a year, whereas the JCPS budget has been over $2 billion a year. There have been disasters, absolute disasters with this education system. The superintendent, it's been a disaster all the way around. The busing fiasco that we had to begin this school year. Here, this huge beast of a bureaucracy had all summer to prepare for this busing, to make sure the kids got bused right. And then they relied on some program that had been proven to be a failure in another district in the private sector. That gets you fired. It gets you fired, and it gets you, your business loses business when you do that. But see, there's no accountability. There's no consequences, as you said earlier. And so let's watch this video on this issue.
Evan, thank you. Gentlemen, some GOP lawmakers want to split up Jefferson County Public Schools in Louisville, and it's near 100,000 students and $2 billion budget. It may be a part of the next legislative session and a thing that the next governor will have to deal with. So, Mr. Cameron, to you first. As governor, would you push to split up Kentucky's largest school system? Why or why not?
My first priority as the next governor of Kentucky will be to make sure we are doing responsible things to benefit our kids, whether they live in Jefferson County or if they're in Fulton County or they are in Pike County. And I want to make sure that on this question or any other topic that I talk to the legislature, but not only the legislature, talk to the school board superintendent, making sure that every stakeholder, teachers included, are a part of that conversation. We obviously understand that this has come about because there were long waits and delays as it relates to bus transportation in Jefferson County, and my heart breaks over that. There were so many kids, there were stories about some children not being able to get home until 10 p.m. at night. Again, we need leadership in Frankfort that's going to bring people together. I've demonstrated in my time as Attorney General that I know how to do that. I will do it in this scenario as well to make sure that we have the best output for JCPS and all of our public schools.
I want to redirect on that question specifically so voters have a clear understanding of where you stand on this issue. Would you, as governor, push to split up JCPS?
Well, look, I don't think we need to make a rash judgment or decision. This is the difference between me and Andy Beshear. I believe in getting folks together in a room and having a conversation. Folks like Senator McDaniel or John Schickel, who are here tonight, other members of the legislature out of Jefferson County, whether they are Republican or Democrat. I want to work alongside them to get to the best answer and solution on this question. It serves no one well to make a rash judgment here in this auditorium. What we need to do is get together with the members of our legislature, our students, our parents, and our teachers to make this judgment. Again, it was heartbreaking to see that some kids were dropped off several feet away or miles away from their home. That just should not happen. We need to have a solution, but I want to make sure we get everyone around the table to have that conversation. I have the relationships in Frankfurt to get it done. Andy Beshear does not.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. To you, Mr. Beshear. Same question. Would you push as governor, if reelected, to split up JCPS? Why or why not?
Our school systems are created to be community-led. JCPS is led through a board that is elected from members of that community. A power grab by legislators to take that control away from the duly elected representatives in that county would be devastating. These are some of the same legislators that passed Matt Bevin's sewer bill and tried to cut the pensions of every teacher, police officer, and firefighter. They're the same legislators that have passed unconstitutional legislation that would take dollars out of our public schools and try to send them to private schools. We created school systems to be led by counties or the independent districts so that our parents, our citizens, could ultimately decide how our school systems move forward. And if my opponent wants to make sure that every kid gets home on time, which we need to, we ought to pay bus drivers more so we don't have a big shortage of them.
You know, around the country, there have been huge school districts who they've had, in one school district in Washington, D.C., huge school district, had a 2-star general come as its superintendent. And it chewed him up and spit him out. It's so big. And to Attorney General Cameron's point, I think he's a little bit risk averse on this because the legislators already signed, the legislators from this district, Rhonda Palazzo, already signed a letter in saying, and have already made it known, this district needs to be divided up. We need to work on this. We certainly need to do it the right way. But it's too big. We have 365 bureaucrats at the central office making 6-figure salaries for which we're paying their salaries and their pensions to really get to really produce an education system where only 1 in 3 of our students can read proficiently. So that needs to be the point, is what's the best for the students. And I heard Attorney General, I think he's sincere, but he said we need to listen to the superintendents, we need to listen to the boards, but we need to listen to the parents. We need to find out what the parents want. And we're hearing that this is too big. We need to break this up into 2 or 3 districts where kids are going to school closer to where they live. As you mentioned earlier, the whole busing issue. All these issues are involved, and they would all be affected by a smaller district, more personal contact with teachers, with educators. I'm not sure there's anybody could come in here and successfully be a superintendent in this district. We've seen them come and go.
Well, you know, in any type of governmental agency or governmental authority, it's always best to rule on the smallest level. That's why America was created, and the states have their authority, and the local cities and the counties and the townships have their authority. People are designed to govern in their own area. It is far too big and too diverse to be governed by one superintendent who is not going to advise that he gets fired. Yes, we do need, I agree with the legislators, we need to divide it up and then have each of the groups, the people who are affected in that area, have a voice. They don't have a voice now.
But to your point earlier, Derek, you know, a lot of people will say, yeah, our education system isn't doing well, but my district is, my school is, my kid is. So, but the fact is that until we do this, I think it's going to be low income and primarily minority students are going to suffer the results of not having access to the educational resources and opportunities that would help set them up for better success in life.
I think that's the real enduring issue. How many people are willing to say that the busing experiment was a failure? And this is the evolution of it and the product of it. And then the fallout of resources. Yes, there's an Olympic-size swimming pool at Shawnee High School. There's an aviation program at Shawnee High School. Those resources should be available to a kid that lives on Springdale Drive or a kid that lives in Newburgh. Now, the question is, if you start sectioning those things off and it gets to who has what, the question is going to go all the way back to, are we resegregating and are we moving these resources around that's going to be unbeneficial to one demographic versus another?
Yeah. Well, and we've seen from other states.
Because that's where they're going to view it as resegregating.
Right. But we've seen this in other states where the more choices and more freedoms that families have, the less segregation there was, the closing of the gap, because kids that previously didn't have the access or the opportunity, the marketplace, if you will, found a way to get it to them, found a way through a great charter school or through a great educational choice program to get them the education they needed. It figured that out. And we've seen this in numerous other states. So I think that you know, the governor's trying to paint this as, hey, and we're going to hear this next year, and if he's governor, he's going to be leading the charge on, hey, you know, offering parents some freedom, some choices will absolutely destroy our public education system. But if you look at the state of Florida, the more choices they've gotten in Florida, the more they've expanded their choices, the better their public education systems have performed. And so that child that the teachers' unions will try to use and say, well, what about this child left in the public school that's not going to get the help they need? A rising tide lifts all the boats. And so the more choice, the better the performance, everybody benefits.
I agree with that. I still say there's still an element of victimhood that's going to come out in this, to say that you're denying some by creating by taking that choice versus lifting all boats.
I'd like to add a comment, if I may. Think about all the money we would save by not busing kids all around. We could take some of those resources and absolutely improve some facilities and improve the options in the different districts.
You know, we haven't heard these. I'm glad to hear this discussion going on in the gubernatorial race and the questions being asked about education, because I think it shows we've made some progress, and that outlets, conservative outlets like this, like the Kentucky's Voice, is needed to push those issues, to push them forward into the media and up into the discussion, if you will, up into the conversation. And so,
or is this more so about us allowing the left to shape the norms of the future, which is why a lot of the parents are alarmed, concerned. Church groups are beginning to stand up a little bit more, because the norms that they're attempting to force feed a community, I don't think everybody is with it.
Well, and we heard Andy Beshear, he's not going to be a friend to education freedom. He's not going to be a friend to more accountability from his buddies over at the teachers' unions who helped them and Planned Parenthood put him in office. That's where he got the funding. He's outspent the challenger $17 million to $4 million in this campaign. Where's that money? That's coming from two sources. More than two, but two primarily. Certainly Planned Parenthood with their radical agenda, abortion agenda, and the teachers' unions with their radical public education agenda.
And indoctrination.
And he has not confronted that. Indoctrination, exactly right. He has not confronted that. And so I think there are sins of omission and sins of commission, right?
I'm with you on
and
that.
Sins of omission are to him that knoweth to do good and doeth it not. Right? And so there's been these radical elements, and one of those that came out, there's been some racist attacks on Daniel Cameron. Did you see the coverage of this, and calling him Uncle Daniel? And the governor was silent about this in our states. But yet, you know, we would hear from the same crowd that we need to be concerned about minorities and low income and those being left behind. Well, really, here's your chance to stand up and say, this is wrong in Kentucky. It's wrong no matter what party you're in. It's wrong no matter what your political persuasion. equation. He didn't do that. Bottom line, the governor did not do that. The governor said, that wasn't my ad. I didn't have anything to do with it, so let them answer.
But
that doesn't sound like leadership.
But he didn't take that John McCain stance and shut it down immediately on the spot. He did let it linger. I see what you mean.
That's right. He didn't confront it.
Has anyone asked the question, why is our education system pushing transgenderism in our schools? Why are they pushing and teaching pornographic sexual activities in our schools? What is the ultimate purpose?
They deny it. They deny it's happening. They deny it. And that's why we need more accountability, more transparency. I think parents need to know what's being taught in the classroom. We need lesson plans put online. It's easier now with the technology. Other states are doing it. Other states are holding teachers more accountable for what's being taught. We have a lot of great teachers. This isn't anti-teacher, but it is about the system that has failed too many of our kids, and we cannot sit back and allow that any longer.
Or to answer your question, the why is diversity, equity, and inclusion. This acronym, DEI, it allows for a lot of different things to come in terms of introductory. And with it being introduced to the young people, of course, it would be elaborated on. I think that maybe the right needs to be a little bit more proactive themselves. I mean, there are clubs within the schools that are completely secular, but we don't have a lot of clubs and involvement for heterosexual students and for them to actually be reassured as well.
Great point. Well, welcome to election night coverage presented by Kentucky's Voice. Great panel discussion here. Rhonda Palazzo, Derek Barber, thank you for being with us tonight. And thank you at home or wherever you may be watching this. And you can be a part of this effort. You can help support bringing a conservative news outlet to our state. Do we need that, guys? I think it's not happened before. This will be a first ever in Kentucky's history. Just like if Daniel Cameron gets elected, he'll be the first African-American to be elected in an independent statewide campaign, and we certainly are anticipating seeing what happens with that. But you can help by, we're anticipating your help as well by helping us expand Kentucky's Voice. So if you're enjoying this program tonight, I guarantee you cannot find this discussion anywhere else tonight on the airwaves. You will not find willingness to address these issues. So tonight you can go to your screen right there and scan that QR code if you'd like to give and help expand this effort. We will gladly accept that, or if you just want to find out more, scan the QR code on your screen. You can find out more information, and you can also give. We're also sponsored tonight by Patriot Mobile. They're helping spread Kentucky's Voice. You have a cell phone. Everybody in your family has a cell phone. Stop sending your money to these corporate companies who get behind these efforts to teach transgenderism and who support abortion and support all of those values that you, our conservative Christian audience tonight, do not support. So why, if you don't support those, why would you send your money to companies that do? Especially when you have a choice. And your choice is Patriot Mobile, unlimited plans starting at $25 a month. Use code Kentucky's Voice to save more. You see the QR code right there. Welcome tonight to Kentucky's Voice special election coverage. We hope you'll stay with us. We know you will.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat. Tonight, we're on. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. Choose pepper jacked barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's bacon cheddar crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
Hurt in a car? Call Sam Aguiar.
If you've been injured and people around you are telling you to get a lawyer, you should listen. Family, your doctor. They don't want you to be taken advantage of, and they're giving you some good advice, so take it. I'm Sam Aguiar. I've seen what can happen to people without a lawyer, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Hurt in a car? Call Sam Aguiar, 888-8888.
Greg Coats, Cars and Trucks. Greg Coats, Cars and Trucks. Stop. Wait a minute. It's time to buy a car. with some people in it. Trade it in or bring a check. Take the keys, hit the stretch. Ride the bullet, Shelby, make a trip to the city. You better show it off by cars and trucks. They are so pretty, so hot, hot deals. Lift kits and chrome wheels. Cars that are new to you, trucks that are new to you. This red coat is gonna give it to you.
I'm here with Mr. Kevin Parrish from Louisville Custom Signs.
We are able to take care of all of your building fascia signs, your monument signs, any of the freestanding signs, permitting, and everything that goes along with that.
If a person wants to reach out to you, where would they go?
Oh, the best way to reach us is www.louisvillecustomsigns.com.
Louisville Custom Signs is an option for any business out there. Thank you.
Pure Charge and Go AX hearing aids empower you, letting you clearly hear what you want and need to hear. Better connect to your world. Better hear all the wonderful sounds around you. Enhance your performance with Signia AX.
Prices too high? Give us a try. Here's to You Hearing Aid.
Here's to You Hearing Aid. Call us at 502-429-9080 or visit us online at here's2youhearingaid.com.
Imagine being free from the pain normal exercise can cause. Introducing the Teeter Free Step, featuring patented stride technology licensed from commercial high-end physical therapy equipment. Free Step is the only home-use stepper with this unique, gentle, linear motion, delivering the best in low-impact exercise.
It's almost like the machines that I had at physical therapy. The Free Step has been a lifesaver for me. It really has.
93% of users surveyed reported the Free Step was easier on their knees and back than other cardio options.
I've tried the elliptical, I've tried the stationary bike. The Free Step answered so many of the issues that I had. I can get a full body workout and not be in pain while I'm doing it.
The Free Step engages both the upper and lower body, boosting calorie burn by more than 17% and distributing muscle exertion so your workout feels easier.
Instead of sitting in my favorite chair, now I'm sitting on Free Step. I can watch TV. I'm moving my legs, I'm moving my arms. Before I know it, the show's over and I just got a great workout without even thinking about it.
Call or go to tryfreestep.com to learn more.
Here's a simple truth about higher education.
If pursuing your purpose, doing what you really care about matters.
If having a rewarding career matters.
If a better financial future for you and your family matters.
Then higher education matters. A brighter future is within your reach. Find out how at kyhigheredmatters.org. Brought to you by this station and the Kentucky Broadcasters Association.
Join the movement for a better mobile experience and support the causes you believe in. Switch now and use code 21 for free activation. Visit patriotmobile.com today. That's patriotmobile.com and use code 21 for free activation. Patriot Mobile, your wireless, your values.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat. Tonight, we're on. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. Choose pepper jacked barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's bacon cheddar crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
Born and raised in Louisville. My grandparents had 15 children. I started a church where I am an ordained minister. I've been married for 41 years and I got 2 children. My family has lived in Kentucky for generations. I am Kentucky's daughter. They call me Colonel Pam because I served 27 years in the United States Air Force and retired. I work with the State Department. I partner with law enforcement. I litigated hundreds of cases. I negotiated a hostage crisis in Croatia. I worked with the United Nations. I assisted the 9/11 Commission, and I deployed to the Middle East. And that was all on a Monday.
I was born in Paducah. As my dad's factory jobs took us all over this state, Mayfield was our family's home base. Both sets of grandparents lived right here in Graves County. So it's a real treat, friends, a real treat to welcome my Grandma Betty here from Mayfield. Well, hold on. That is, if she came in from the bingo tables. Oh. After graduating from UK Law School, I spent many hours, a lot of hours, before the tornado took it in what was the Graves County Courthouse, studying for the Kentucky bar exam. Well, hold on a minute, Representative Stevenson. Let me tell you, the Kentucky bar exam is a test you take to practice law here in Kentucky. Jokes aside, I'm running for the very serious purpose of protecting your family and mine from violent crime, from the deadly drugs that we're seeing dumping into our communities, and from the radical overreach of the Biden administration in Washington, D.C. Friends, I am running to back the blue. I have worn a badge and I have carried a gun as a street agent. I have been a state prosecutor, and I have been the chief federal prosecutor appointed by the President of the United States. I've raised my hand to serve overseas in a combat zone to protect this country from its enemies.
Well, while a lot of the attention in this race is on at the top of the ticket with the governor's race, probably the next most important office in our state as far as the impact it can have on citizens is that of the Attorney General. And of course, our current governor was Attorney General, and his challenger is currently the Attorney General. So definitely has been a stepping stone, if you will, and a lot of focus on how office holders in that particular office handle the issues that come through there. And there's been some controversy. Attorney General Daniel Cameron, handled the Breonna Taylor case, and the way he handled that, he's taken some criticism for that. Democrat Pat Stevenson was at one time there was reporting that she wasn't qualified to practice law in Kentucky, but actually that was a little bit that should have been a little bit more nuanced. The Lexington Herald-Leader came out with some reporting and said she actually can. It said in July, the Lexington Herald-Leader reported that Stevenson was not licensed to practice law in Kentucky, but she was in Indiana. According to the Kentucky Bar Association's website, Stevenson's status is listed as practicing pending admission. So under the rules of the Kentucky Supreme Court, the status means an attorney who is licensed and in good standing elsewhere and has applied for admission to the Kentucky Bar may practice law in Kentucky while their application is pending. I heard a lot of folks take off and run with that and say that she wasn't eligible. But what do you think about this race, and can a candidate like Pam Stevenson win in Kentucky? She's got tremendous support from the Planned Parenthood Alliance. She's been endorsed by them. She's been very vocal about abortion, pro-abortion rights, and other issues. What do you think?
Looking at Miss Stevenson's record, or Colonel Stevenson's record, she's human. The things that she was interested in are a lot of social issues. She was focused on simple things. If a teacher has misconduct inside of a school, she wanted to make certain that there wasn't a non-disclosure agreement, that everything is brought out, and every 5 years there should be a background test. She's pushed legislation also to make certain that people who are homeless can use different facilities to get IDs and things like that. So Fancy Farm was a difficult event, and to have a clip of her during Fancy Farm, I'm not going to say it's unfair, but it was a tough environment. I just say that she's pretty human. The question is, when we get to some of these big issues in terms of who we're going to prosecute and things like that, a lot of people question, is she going to lean more so left or just be a nuisance for the Republicans.
Well, and that clip actually was pretty indicative of how she could speak on the floor of the Kentucky House. I will tell you that. But certainly her policy and all of her ideas certainly are not all radical, but she's definitely been endorsed by some radical elements. But your thoughts, Rhonda? You saw the clip. I mean, the Attorney General deals with all kinds of issues. You know, they have to work with law enforcement. They have to have the confidence of law enforcement. In many cases, they're handling. They're in the same courtrooms, working together to prosecute cases or to bring justice in a civil matter. We saw that with the opioid settlements and some of the large settlements that Attorney General Cameron has gotten. So it's an important office.
It's extremely important, especially if we have a conservative legislature that is primarily Republican. If they want to work with the legislature, I think she would just have a terribly difficult time because she is very liberal on the situation like abortion, and I'm certain she stands with the Democratic Party with the transgenderism
But
issues.
she's been a legislator.
But she wasn't a conservative legislator.
Yeah, right.
So
right.
I do think that our Attorney General needs to lean more towards the moral issues. And they need to support the moral issues, just like Daniel Cameron was able to fight for the abortion-free status. He was able to, to eliminate abortion. That was very important for our state because we are a conservative state.
Russell Coleman, who's the Republican candidate that you saw there, and he's been a U.S. attorney and has been involved in that realm and is pretty well known in that realm in Kentucky. He drew some attention to Kentucky's near total abortion ban recently when he said in a TV interview that the General Assembly should add exceptions to the law for cases of rape and incest, though he said he would defend abortion laws passed by the legislature. And that's really important, isn't it, to understand the difference, right?
That's his job.
Right, exactly. So, in other words, we saw some of this from Andy Beshear when he was Attorney General. If he didn't like the law, he wouldn't defend it. And that's not what our constitutional form of government here and the state constitutional offices really requires.
We're seeing that right now play out on the national level with the border. There are laws on the books as to what we're supposed to do, and they're picking and choosing what they will and will not do and stretching the laws in other cases. I believe that when you are special counsel to Mitch McConnell for some time, I believe he has his conservative credentials, regardless of where people view Mitch McConnell right now. On the national stage, they view him as a member of the Uniparty, but especially after the omnibus bill. But a gentleman like this who says that he will do his job, but makes it clear that he has his opinions on it, I don't know what else you can ask for in that position.
Well, let's talk about crime for a moment. And that's been a big part of this campaign. Crime has been one of the major issues here. The Fraternal Order of Police, the Kentucky State Fraternal Order of Police, they've endorsed both challenger Daniel Cameron, Attorney General Daniel Cameron, and Russell Coleman for Attorney General. So, and these endorsements are meaningful in those realms because they really are sought after. These are some of the most coveted endorsements in the whole race. And not that an endorsement means everything, but it certainly adds to the credibility of the candidate and what the law enforcement community thinks about their ability to fight crime. And here they said it's Russell Coleman, it's Daniel Cameron.
You can't fight crime if the Attorney General and of every city, and if they don't back the laws that say this is crime. I mean, we saw the explosion in crime that we're still experiencing here in Louisville, Kentucky, because of Democratic rule, a Democratic mayor.
Right here in the city.
Right here in the city. People are moving out. I know by experience. I'm helping them relocate.
And this, don't you think this goes back to the gubernatorial race for a moment? The lack of understanding by the Beshear administration, although he did portray, I think, empathy in many ways, But he didn't seem to understand the consequences, the tremendous consequences of his decisions to use executive power, to really abuse executive power in shutting down businesses. He didn't understand. You don't just snap your fingers and a business comes back online. It doesn't happen that way. We still haven't recovered. You don't just snap your fingers, if I can use that again, and say the schools are going to be right back where they were and everything's going to be fine and there's not going to be any fallout from this. I don't think he anticipated the fallout and the problems. We've had numerous, I think there's been over 100 restaurants in Louisville that have closed since the pandemic. And these are jobs. These are people that have families and were depending on those jobs. And yet he didn't seem to have a real concern about that and a real understanding.
You can't say that he didn't completely, he did leave the liquor stores open, and he did leave Home Depot open. You know, they were still open. Church was closed, and everything else was closed. But he did leave it to where bourbon counties can still get bourbon.
We had the largest transfer of wealth in the history of the United States because the big box corporations were allowed to stay open, and the small businesses were the ones that were hurt, that could not meet the regulations and were shut out. That is, America is built on entrepreneurs and small businesses. That's where 80% of the jobs are, 80% of the business comes from. We need to support them and not the...
And I have to tell you, honestly, I think from what I've heard from Attorney General Cameron and Mr. Coleman, they do believe in doing their jobs, as you said. If the legislature makes a decision, the legislature made some decisions about reining in the executive power. I think that was appropriate. And I believe that he would abide by that. I believe this governor, Governor Cameron's administration would definitely work with the legislature, not only to defend the laws they passed, but to work together on policy, work together on creating the best policy for our state, ones that they can be supportive of and ones that they can that will actually follow the Constitution and our form of government, which we do not have. We are not ruled by executive power here, Derek. We're ruled by the Constitution. We're ruled by the legislative branch. They are the people's representatives.
100% right. And the conservative slant that Daniel Cameron has, I'm certain that he would be in step where the people of Kentucky are. We do see that. Yes, Beshear was pretty clear about his faith in all of his commercials, but in his actions, he was the exact opposite. I do think that Cameron would come through and really care about our faith and not infringe on those rights.
And that goes back to the discussion we had in the first segment tonight about likability, whether it was sincere and genuine or produced and manufactured. But we're going to find out what the voters think, and that's what really matters. And isn't that great? That at the end of the day, it's the voters who have the decision. They make the call. You're with us tonight. Thank you for joining us on Kentucky's Voice, a special edition, election night coverage. Help support bringing a conservative news outlet to our state by supporting the expansion of this idea. It's really an idea. It's a great idea of providing a conservative news outlet for our state. We don't have one right now. We don't have one that has a biblical worldview. We don't have one that comes at issues from a Christian conservative perspective. If you would like to see that, this is your chance to be a part of that. Plant a seed tonight. Go to the QR code you see on your screen there and snap that. Go there, give, find out more. And if you'd like to see and hear more of this conservative Christian approach to covering and analyzing the news, even the elections. I guarantee you won't hear these types of discussions on any other airwaves tonight in this state, Derek Barber.
Definitely will.
And also, Patriot Mobile tonight is helping spread Kentucky's voice. You have a cell phone, all your members of your family have a cell phone. Quit sending all that money. And those of us who are parents know our kids have cell phones and we know what they cost. Quit sending all that money to corporate companies who exploit left-wing ideology, most of which oppose your values and your beliefs. And instead, partner with Kentucky Voice and with Patriot Mobile, and let's make this a great 1-2 combination. Stay with us. More special election coverage to come on Kentucky's Voice.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat.
Flavor on
Tonight,
and on.
we're on. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. Choose Pepper Jack Barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's Bacon Cheddar Crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
If you've been hurt in a car wreck, there's only one thing you need to do. Call 800-800-4600. We stand up to the insurance company for all the money you deserve. Call 800-800-4600. We know how to turn low insurance offers into big settlements. Call 800-800-4600. When you need a lawyer, ask anyone in Kentucky. They'll say, get Hughes & Coleman and get it done. Call 800-800-4600.
I'm here with Mr. Kevin Parrish from Louisville Custom Signs.
We are able to take care of all of your building fascia signs, your monument signs, any of the freestanding signs, permitting, and everything that goes along with that.
If a person wants to reach out to you, where would they go?
Oh, the best way to reach us is www.louisvillecustomsigns.com.
Louisville Custom Signs is an option for any business out there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ackerman. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? Well, I have the solution that will free you from these uncomfortable feelings. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Freedom Mini Dental Implants today for a free consultation.
Mini dental implants are less invasive, need less healing time, and are less costly than traditional implants. Call Dr. Ackerman today and let her create that winning smile.
Pure Charge and Go AX hearing aids empower you, letting you clearly hear what you want and need to hear. Better connect to your world. Better hear all the wonderful sounds around you. Enhance your performance with Signia AX.
Prices too high? Give us a try. Here's to You Hearing Aid.
Here's to You Hearing Aid. Call us at 502-429-9080 or visit us online at here's2youhearingaid.com.
Your pet store, your groomer, your baker. When bringing home her new best friend, start with trust. Imagine being free from the pain normal exercise can cause. Introducing the Teeter Free Step, featuring patented stride technology licensed from commercial high-end physical therapy equipment. Free Step is the only home-use stepper with this unique, gentle linear motion, delivering the best in low-impact exercise.
It's almost like the machines that I had at physical therapy. The Free Step has been a lifesaver for me. It really has.
93% of users surveyed reported the Free Step was easier on their knees and back than other cardio options.
I've tried the elliptical, I've tried the stationary bike. The Free Step answered so many of the issues that I had. I can get a full body workout and not be in pain while I'm doing it.
The Free Step engages both the upper and lower body, boosting calorie burn by more than 17% and distributing muscle exertion so your workout feels easier.
Instead of sitting in my favorite chair, now I'm sitting on Free Step. I can watch TV. I'm moving my legs, I'm moving my arms. Before I know it, the show's over and I just got a great workout without even thinking about it.
Call or go to tryfreestep.com to learn more.
Join the movement for a better mobile experience and support the causes you believe in. Switch now and use code 21 for free activation. Visit patriotmobile.com today. That's patriotmobile.com and use code 21 for free activation. Patriot Mobile, your wireless, your values.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat.
Flavor on
Tonight,
and on.
we're on. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. Choose Pepper Jack Barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's Bacon Cheddar Crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
back to special election night coverage right here on Kentucky's Voice. Thanks for staying with us tonight and helping support this conservative project to bring news and analysis from a Christian conservative perspective. Where has this been all of our lives? This needs to happen right here in Kentucky. We hope you'll help us. We'll tell you how you can do that in just a little while. But I have a new panel to join us now, and some results beginning to come in. But we're joined now by Richard Nelson, who is founder and executive director of the Commonwealth Policy Center, and also by Bob Scott, who's a conservative consultant and co-host of The Station, which airs right here on Sundays on Kentucky's Voice on WBNA with your co-host Tom Fawbush, that we had on earlier in our first segment. Guys, the numbers are coming in, and concern about the Cameron campaign right now, but we've got a long way to go. Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah. Looks like 12% of the vote is in. Many of these are eastern Kentucky counties, but it's a small percentage of the vote.
Small, yeah.
One thing to keep in mind is that in eastern Kentucky, they were hit with floods, devastating floods, Letcher County, Knott County, and Governor Andy Beshear showed up regularly. He was there to support the people, encourage the people. He brought in state aid, and that does mean a lot to voters. They want to know that they have a governor that's responsive, that's going to show up, that's going to try to help them in a time of tragedy. And that, unfortunately, that is one of the things that political analysts are saying that's helping the governor, is that we've had tragic events, the flooding in eastern Kentucky, we've had the tornadoes in western Kentucky, and areas were completely devastated. And Andy Beshear did his job, and he did show up, and he was there to support people. And it wasn't just once or twice, but it was regularly where he was going back to those communities, bringing financial help, working with FEMA, doing press conferences. And I guess you all, it wasn't just the floods or the tornadoes, but we had COVID too. And this is another thing that happened under Beshear's tenure that many people, especially the older voting populace, looked to as a comforting figure, somebody who was looking out for the elderly, trying to do things to help stem the spread of the disease. And those tragedies, I think, are factoring into what we're seeing, at least at this point. There's a long, there's a lot of time yet.
But you hit on something there, and I think the Beshear campaign really did play on that. That they know there's a lot of dissent about how he handled COVID, but they're talking to that voter, that older voter who was afraid, who was concerned, and who relied on some of those updates. And, I think you're right.
Jim, I was aware of some early polling back in late February, early March of this year that showed that even with registered Republicans, it was about 30% of registered Republicans age 65 and older that were very favorable to Andy Beshear. And you need to look at the demographics. The older population, in many cases, they're retired. Their health isn't as great as what it was when they were in their 20s or 30s, and they wanted somebody who was looking out for them and for their interests and going to try to contain the virus. Now, we have seen those numbers change since then, but it's a very different demographic than, let's say, the 20, 30, 40-year-old that's, let's say, they're out of school and they're in the work world and their business was shut down, or they're a small business owner. You'd mentioned all the restaurants closed in Louisville, and they were devastated. That demographic is not going to be in favor of Beshear. They're motivated to vote against him. However, you've got to look at what is the percentage of the voting population in these different demographics. And the older demographic is actually a larger voting population.
Especially in an off-year election, I think. They tend to be more motivated to get out and actually cast the vote. Bob, your thoughts? What do you think?
It's still early, and that's.
But I mean, as far as what Richard talked about in terms of.
I agree with what Richard said, because obviously, for all those reasons, as we all age, your health will typically start to decline, and if you have someone that's standing there, and really, if you think about it, Beshear did benefit from the pandemic by being on TV every single afternoon like clockwork.
That's right.
But for an older person, as Richard's point, that was concerned about this, I think a lot of them did feel like, hey, here's somebody who's looking out for us.
He became a familiar face. you know, and almost like a
which can mean different things, different people.
It can,
yeah,
yeah, and it is something to obviously take into account. But I do feel that tide has turned, and again, these results are still very early. But it is going to be interesting, Richard, to see how this starts to pan out as we go along in the evening.
Yeah, we had talked about, of course, these are returns from East Kentucky, some returns from Northern Kentucky and Louisville. I think it's probably less than 25 counties that have reported to this point. I think what we're going to see as the evening goes is it's going to change a little bit as we move to the west, as we look at South Central Kentucky, a much more conservative area. As we look at E-Town, Daniel Cameron's hometown, as we look to West Kentucky, minus the counties that were devastated by the tornadoes, and what I'm talking about is Graves, Hopkins, and Warren. Those counties were devastated by the tornadoes. Governor Andy Beshear showed up. He was on the scene, supportive of the people, trying to help out. But I think the counties that were not devastated by the tornadoes, I think they're going to come out strong for Daniel Cameron this evening, and we'll get into reasons why.
Well, there's really 5 bellwether counties, I think, that are going to really have a lot to say about this race at the end of the night. You got Kenton County in northern Kentucky, Madison County, which is moving down more to the central. Davis County is going to play, Knott County, and Warren County. As you said, Warren County, that's a conservative area, but in the last gubernatorial race, they went in a very thin margin for Beshear. He won it by a very thin margin, which had to do with other factors.
But no, was your home county.
Yes.
And one of those other factors, though, is because Lieutenant Governor Janine Hampton was with the Bevan ticket the first time around. She was dropped the second time. That didn't go over well with a lot of the Warren County voters.
The way she was dropped.
So you do agree that that was a factor?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There were other factors. I think otherwise Matt Bevan would have been governor. Actually, I do. But you know, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. That matters, how a governor handles those situations. People in Kentucky want to like their governor. They want him to make the right, or her to make the right decisions in the right way.
That's right. Jim, wouldn't you say that the reason why Andy Beshear is doing as well as he is, despite his policy positions on many of the social issues, is because he comes across well? He is advocating for something. He seems to be positive. He downplays the division. He talks about the counties aren't red or blue counties, but they're Kentucky counties, and he talks about Team Kentucky. But I think that is something that's important to Kentucky voters. In fact, there was a Pew Forum poll not too long ago that showed that bipartisanship and the ability to work across party lines was, I believe, the number 3 or 4. I think it was the 4th most important issues to American voters. I think this was done back in September.
And we have less of that than we've ever had. But so I think perception-wise, anyhow, if you're talking perception, I agree, I think. But we had this discussion earlier, too, and some disagreement about that, whether his likability was manufactured or whether it was real. But I think it's pretty hard to do that every day and be as much as, and he's been out there, guys. I know his opponents don't like to hear this, but he's been out there. He's been out there. One thing about it, he has showed up when there's been trouble, you know, and that we've had some of the worst disasters here that you've had. So my point simply being, not that I think his policies have been, I think he's been able to somewhat mask the radicalism that he won't stand up to because of that.
Right. Let's talk about that for a minute. You mentioned abortion policy in the last segment, or one of those segments. And Andy Beshear, when it comes to the sanctity of human life, has an abysmal record going back to when he was Attorney General. In fact, he flat out refused to defend a number of pro-life laws that the legislature passed. I think of the ultrasound bill, which would fully inform women of the stage of their pregnancy and explain to them the development of their unborn child. He refused to defend that in court. He refused to defend the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Protection Act, which banned abortion after 20 weeks on the basis that the unborn child feels pain. As governor, he's had even more extreme positions. In 2020, he vetoed the Born Alive Infants Protection Act, which says that in the rare circumstance that a child is born alive during the abortion procedure, the medical professionals need to do all they can to save that child's life. He vetoed that bill.
We have an abortion, we have a clip I think we want to go to right now, and we'll get your all's reaction to this.
Currently, Kentucky has an abortion ban whose only exception is when the life of the mother is in jeopardy. Mr. Bashir, can you clarify your position on whether there needs to be exceptions for rape or incest, and how long is that window open?
Kentucky has one of the most restrictive laws in the country. The trigger ban removes any and all options from victims of rape and incest, some as young as 9 years old. That is wrong. Yet my opponent celebrated when that law passed. He celebrated when it took effect. He's pledged to support it as it is in numerous surveys, and his lawyers are in court right now arguing that 9-year-old is not irreparably harmed if she's forced to carry her rapist baby. It is absolutely wrong, and those individuals deserve to have options. They deserve to have choices. As Hadley said, she wasn't the first, and she won't be the last. There are people out there right now. As Attorney General, I fought for them, and I'm going to continue to fight for them. My opponent's position would give a rapist more rights than their victim. It is wrong. We need to change this law. We need to make sure that those individuals have that option.
So at how many weeks would you, for rape or incest, at what point, where's the line there?
The right way to make that decision is the way it used to be made under Roe v. Wade, taking it out of the hands of politicians and ultimately allowing courts to balance access, because that little girl might not know what she's going through for a period of time, along with the most recent scientific evidence. You know, this is the problem when people throw out week this or week that. It confuses the Kentuckians about what the law is. The law is zero. They have zero options. Think about that non-viable pregnancy where couples have been told that their baby will die moments after it's been born, but this trigger law that my opponent supports makes them give birth and hear their child die. It's extreme, it's wrong, and we really need a change.
Okay. Mr. Cameron, same question to you. In prior debates, you supported the law as is, but have since said you'd be open to exceptions. Can you clarify your position on whether there needs to be exceptions for rape or incest and how long that window is open?
Well, look, as you've heard here, I'm the pro-life candidate and Andy is the abortion candidate. And he didn't want to answer your question as it relates to what his limit is, because he doesn't want any limits on abortion. And he wants you, the taxpayer, to pay for it. When he was in my position as Attorney General, he refused to defend a 20-week ban on abortion. As governor, he has vetoed a ban on 15 weeks for abortion. And then just recently refused to sign legislation that would protect a baby that was born alive after a failed abortion. That is Andy Bashir's record on the issue of life. It's one of failure for the unborn. And let me also say this, his largest campaign contributor outside of Joe Biden is Planned Parenthood. So don't be at all fooled by the fact that Andy Bashir won't tell you what he wants in terms of limits, because his view on this is no limits, and you.
So I thought that that was one of General Cameron's finest debate moments in this entire campaign. And he called out his opponent in a way that didn't allow him to escape, Richard Nelson from the Commonwealth Policy Foundation. And that's the kind of, I think when conservatives are good at doing that is when they score points.
Yeah.
And I know, and this isn't just about scoring points, of course, but that's what we're talking about, a campaign here.
We held a press conference at the Capitol just a couple weeks ago, Jim, with pro-life legislators. And the reason why we did that was we reminded Kentuckians why we have so many pro-life laws. First of all, it's because we have had abortion on demand since 1973, where nationally it's been over 60 million babies have been aborted. Here in Kentucky, it's been in the hundreds of thousands of babies who've been aborted. 99%, close to 99% of the reasons for abortion are for reasons of convenience. It's less than 1% for reasons of rape or incest, a very small number. And as tragic as those situations are, as much as our heart goes out to the young woman who was violated, and we should stand with them and put our arms around them, we need to realize that the principle is this, that human life begins at conception, and that human life is worthy of protection in our laws.
Yes.
That's the principle, and that is one reason why there's a Republican majority in the state legislature. It's because of the sanctity of life issue. Pro-lifers have fought to restore the sanctity of life for so many years, and we have a supermajority in the House. 80 Republicans in the state House, only 20 Democrats. In the state Senate, 31 Republicans, 7 Democrats. Largely, it comes down to the life issue. Now, this is the first time we have seen a governor campaign on the abortion issue, like Andy Beshear. He's pushed back. He's brought up this horrible situation of this young girl who was raped. Horrible. And again, we should be compassionate and careful as we deal with that. But here's the thing. You cannot make a principle out of an exception. That's what Andy Beshear and the Democratic Party are trying to do. We need to deal with those rare cases, those difficult cases as they come up. It was wrong, by the way, when Andy Beshear said that the rapist has more rights than the victim. That's false. Rapists are punished. There are consequences for that. And I think that we should increase the penalties for the rapist. And further, the state should come around that young woman who's been violated and offer some kind of support, financial and otherwise.
Well, let's make sure that we as Christian people who do take a strong stand for life are also involved in helping those in those situations. We ought to be right there first in line doing that instead of relying on government to do all that.
And there's plenty of organizations out there that are doing that, right now. And I know in my home county, Shelby County, there's several organizations that are directly involved in being there at ground zero and helping folks that find themselves in that terrible, terrible situation.
Yeah. It occurs to me that this is another reason, if I can put a plug in here for a conservative media outlet here in Kentucky, because you see what's happened on the national elections. But what if people could be really educated about what the law really does say, as you said, and and really much better ways to address this, like making, increasing penalties for rape and being consistent with enforcing that. Don't you think that could make a difference?
Yeah.
I think that would cause this lag we're seeing to catch up to what we've seen in the national, because there's plenty of information about these issues, the federal issues, from conservative media outlets now, but not so much at the state level.
No, and there absolutely needs to be better programming, better, I guess, tying in the fact that we as Christians, we're called to serve and go out and love, but also very importantly to speak the truth, in love, and that's something that there is a prominent local pastor. I'm not going to mention his name, but he did take a stand here recently, and with regard to this campaign in particular, and he was getting a little bit of criticism, but it was so refreshing to see him come out vocally and say, look, we need to elect, it's important that we elect God-centered people,
Yeah. Well, we're seeing some results come in now, and Andy Beshear has a commanding lead right now in this race, but I also noticed that Democrats really took advantage of this early voting. It seems like more the Republicans, Richard Nelson, and the numbers are showing that Andy Beshear's up on Daniel Cameron in the absentee voting, almost doubling, 52 to 28,000. So what does that have to do with this?
Could I speak to this? So early in-person voting, this is not absentee, so that took place between Thursday and Saturday, so Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of last week. 260,000 people cast a vote. Of those, 51.2% were Democrats and 43.2% were Republicans. That's a +8 percentage point margin for Democrats. So they did good in getting their people to the polls early. This is something that Republicans didn't do well last election, and if they're going to win elections, they need to take advantage of that early voting.
Yeah, and in our state too, where Republican registration now has surpassed Democratic registration, but that really isn't meaningful, is it, unless people get out and vote?
It's interesting, Jim. That's a good point. If you have a majority of your party registered, but if they're not voting for that candidate of the party they're registered with, it doesn't matter. This is the first gubernatorial race where Republicans have had a majority. We've not had a gubernatorial race.
right.
This majority took place last year. It was last summer that Republicans surpassed Democrats. It's still a close margin, 46 to 44%, I believe, what it is, registration, Republicans over Democrats in Kentucky.
Well, and also they have a plurality, but they don't have a majority right now. So they still have to reach out and try to build a bigger tent. Democrats, Bob Scott, have always been pretty good at getting people to the polls. Now, some of that may not have been completely legal the way they did it.
Yeah, I was going to say the methodology.
But the point being is it's been a top of mind issue. It's been an important priority.
Yes, and I can confidently say that Michael Adams has done a superb job, I feel, as Secretary of State, to really clean up a lot of problem areas that did exist, prior to him coming into office. And Kentucky, when I was growing up, was always known as a blue state, a Democrat state. Yeah. But we're seeing, especially in the down ballot races, much like the last time around, the down ballot candidates, Republican candidates, are doing right now pretty well.
Well, we do have a tight race in the Attorney General's race. Russell Coleman is up by really less than 1,000 over Pamela Stevenson. That may be as a result of this early, some of the early turnout for Democrats. So, and as Richard mentioned earlier, we have 2 different time zones in this state. We have 70, believe me, I'm aware of this, having spent so much time in the central time zone, but we have 71 counties in the eastern time zone, but we have 49 counties that are in the central time zone. So, those results will somewhat lag because of that.
That's right. That's right. We do expect those numbers to be coming in closer to 8 o'clock, or at least we'll have a solid idea, a better idea of what the voters in West Kentucky are, where they're trending and who they're voting for.
And there's a bit of tightening going on right now. It was running around 20%. I'm seeing right here it's narrowed down to about 15%. And again, piggybacking
You're talking
on
about
the overall results.
The governor's
race.
The
governor's race. That's not with Western Kentucky coming in yet, too.
Well, right now, 108,233 to 72,000 plus for Daniel Cameron right now, according to the Secretary of State's reporting site, which is usually kept up pretty good, thanks to our Michael Adams and the great work he's done there. But Republicans are leading. Republicans are leading in the treasurer's race, the auditor's race, the agriculture commissioner's race, the Attorney General's race, Secretary of State. Where have we heard this before? They're leading in every statewide constitutional race, Richard Nelson, except for the top of the ticket.
Yeah, this is deja vu all over again, like Yogi Berra would have said, right? This is shaping up like 2019.
Exactly. Well, but the dynamics are somewhat different this time. The last time a lot of the Republican establishment and officials, that we would say, blamed it on an unpopular candidate. But maybe we're seeing something else here about a less than informed populace and voters, and less than motivated, maybe. Why? I think the question is why, and what do we do about that if you're interested in doing something about that?
Well, I'll tell you what, all politics is local. That's Tip O'Neill's, former Speaker of the House's famous saying, and it is absolutely true. And when you have a governor that shows up in your community when it is hit hard by a disaster, that hits home with the voters. All the other issues, what we're learning, what I think is happening, all the other issues are secondary. If you don't have a home to live in, if you don't have electricity in your downtown area, as Mayfield, which Graves County right now, the absentee votes in Graves County are 2-1 for Bashir. 200 absentee votes that were cast. I learned about this actually before I got on the set here. But those people are conservative, Jim. They're pro-life. They're pro-family. But Bashir showed up when they had a disaster. And again, all politics are local. When your governor shows up, when he shows that he cares, when he's trying to do something to help, it tells me that these other issues are secondary. Now, here's the deal, though. Not all counties were hit by disasters. It was a handful of counties, including your former county, Warren County. So we'll see how the other counties fare as the evening goes on.
Yeah, no doubt about it, though. I think that's really good analysis. In the last election in 2018, 2019, Allison Ball had the most number of votes of any of the Republican statewide office candidates. And she's trying to do that again tonight, but Michael Adams is giving her a run for her money right now. He's got the most at 98,000+. Well, Allison's at 96,000+. So we'll see who hits that 100,000 mark first.
Jim, if I could jump in, one reason why I think Michael Adams is doing so well is he's hitting on that note of bipartisanship that we talked about earlier. He's running a campaign ad only in Louisville that has very kind words from Governor Beshear towards him, very kind, complimentary words. Now, he's not running that in West Kentucky or East Kentucky, but it's right here in Louisville where this issue of working across the political divide means something. And of course, they've put this towards the top of their list when they're looking at candidates.
Yeah, they actually had the governor with a sound clip from him in that ad, I believe, in one of the ads. Will we see, is that the key to like a Jefferson County becoming more conservative, or at least more open to conservative ideas? Doesn't that matter?
Yeah, I think it does. And I think, Jim, we could probably do a whole program on this, but I think what voters want in the metropolitan areas are thoughtful, capable leaders willing to work across the spectrum, political spectrum. When you have a big area, a big community like Louisville, it's diverse. You've got different interest groups, different socioeconomic classes. And I think the voters want to see somebody who has that ability to be diplomatic, to think in a way to build up their community instead of bringing in some kind of divisiveness in the perception of the voters, to tear it down. And I think this is so important for conservatives to look at ways to be positive. What can they do to build up the community? How can they be proactive? The negativity, I think what's happened too, what's contributed to this, is the negativity we've seen in the last couple of years, extremely divisive elections, hateful elections, a lot of shenanigans going on both sides, both sides.
Well,
and I think people
right,
are tired of that.
Right, and you know, I think we saw that in the campaign for the abortion amendment last year. You know, we saw a lot of over-the-top statements made, you know, on both sides, and a lot of drama, you know, a lot of drama. Yeah. Bob Scott, do you agree?
100%. I know last year, and let's not forget the other side outspent. I always like to call them the good guys. It was, I think, like 9-1.
Yeah, 10-1.
10-1.
10-1.
But still, the messaging though was pretty tough.
Yeah,
on
it
both
was.
sides.
It absolutely was tough, and lived it and saw it up close and personal. And all that I know is there's a lot of areas that do need to be shored up, and you know, talking points need to be tightened up, and you know, and I'm not ready to throw in the towel yet tonight. I think there's a lot more ground to be made up, and things to happen, and you know, right now I'm looking at Jefferson County, and Beshear is up there, but it's not the percentage that. Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
What is the percentage that Jefferson County's showing?
I'm showing him at 41%.
So let's look back at 2019 when it was Beshear and Bevin. Matt Bevin only took 32% of the vote, 31% of the vote in Jefferson County. Andy Beshear took 67%. So the prevailing wisdom is that if Daniel Cameron can get it up a little higher,
35 is what I've heard.
38,
yeah.
40%, which looks like what he's doing right now, that will put a significant dent into what Andy Beshear can do across the rest of the state. Matt Bevin lost Jefferson County by almost 100,000 votes. And that's what did Matt Bevin in part. It was only a 5,000 vote race.
So what you're saying is you don't have to win, if you're a Republican, you don't have to win Jefferson County to win the race.
That's right.
But you do have to pull in a bigger number of votes.
That's right. You can't lose that badly, Jim. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. You have to. So you have to think of it in those terms, though, right? If you're a candidate, that, hey, I don't have any illusions here that Daniel Cameron's going to win Jefferson County, but if he gets to a certain plateau,
it depends on how bad he loses it. I think.
And it also doesn't depend on what happens in other parts of the state too, and some of these other areas that went for went for him earlier. He's trying to play that same scorecard again, I think.
That's
We'll
right.
see if it works.
We need to look at Fayette County, too, Lexington, where Andy Beshear won it by 66% to Matt Bevin's 33%. And, Bobby, you're saying, what is Daniel
It's
Cameron
with
at?
91% of the precincts reporting, Richard, Beshear's up by 44%.
So 44 to... so it's pretty close then.
It's relatively close, yeah. I mean, well, as close as you're going to be, I guess.
Okay, so, and here's the point. If Daniel Cameron can do better than 33% in Fayette County, if he can get close to 40% in Fayette County, that's a significant gain from 2019.
And we see the gap closing now. We're at 14% here. The latest update. Andy Beshear still leading, but Daniel Cameron catching up.
What I think we're going to see happen, Jim, as I said earlier, is that as we move west, and apart from those counties that were hit by the tornadoes, I think we're going to see the votes coming in strong for Daniel Cameron. Now, here's the question, though. What will be the margin of those votes in his favor?
Yeah, because you're talking about the populated area, and that is always the challenge here for conservative candidates is getting enough of those votes in both in the progressive urban areas, but also in Western Kentucky, where you have to wonder how many turnout's going to be really important, and how many people actually vote.
So, fun fact here. Some of the listeners are aware of this. I know the panel is, but Robbie Mills, Lieutenant Governor candidate and running mate with Daniel Cameron, is the only candidate on the ballot west of I-65. And he has spent a lot of time campaigning over there. He has, of course, a lifelong resident over in Henderson, and he's got relationships, both as a city council person. He served for, I think, close to 20 years there. He served one term in the State House. He's in his second term in the State Senate. He has a lot of relationships, and he has been working hard in that part of the state. Henderson County, good-sized county, went for Beshear in 2019, and I think that's an important county to look at. Can Robbie Mills, Lieutenant Governor candidate Mills, help bring that into the Cameron camp, and then the other counties as well? So we'll find out what that means to the ticket, and was that enough of a bump to help Cameron make this a competitive evening?
Do you think people watch this and, the early going who could have voted or could still vote, do you think they're impacted by the momentum? Democrats did get out early. They voted both in absentee-wise and both in the early voting. They really took advantage of that.
Yeah, call me crazy, but I feel pretty good right now. I know right now things may not be looking as good as we'd like to see them, Jim, but I do feel the momentum is with Daniel Cameron, and certainly the polls were reflecting that as we were coming into the race. I remember we had a pre-meeting about this about a week ago, and we weren't real optimistic about some of the things we're hearing. Until the fat lady sings, I'm not ready to throw in the towel. I'll put it that way.
And what you're saying is she hasn't even warmed up yet.
She hasn't warmed up. She hasn't warmed up.
Well, you're enjoying special election coverage from a Christian conservative perspective, and we're proud to say that. We're okay with saying that and glad to say it tonight. Thanks for joining us. If you'd like to see more of this, we'll tell you in a few minutes how you can be a part of that. But right now we're talking about results, and that's really what this night's all about. Eventually, we've talked about a lot of the issues, Richard Nelson. I think it's come down to education and all related issues, crime, and social issues have played a big role in this campaign. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think one reason why Daniel Cameron is doing so well in Jefferson County compared to the 2019 race where Matt Bevin lost it by a huge margin, almost 2-1, is because of the issue of crime. And there was looting, there was vandalism, there was lawlessness in Jefferson County, and for many of the voters, especially the suburban women voters in Louisville, safety is a huge issue. They want to make sure that they can walk out on the streets or go out to get their mail and not have violence erupts somewhere. So Daniel Cameron did receive the endorsement from the Fraternal Order of the Police in Kentucky. That was a flip because Andy Beshear got that endorsement in 2019. So crime and safety was a big issue in Jefferson County. I think it's going to be a big issue across the rest of the state as well.
And Russell Coleman also picked up the FOP endorsement. Those are among the most sought after endorsements in our state, and it indicates who the law enforcement community think will do the best job.
Well, on top of that, Cameron made a point of saying that he was going to put a Kentucky State Police barracks in Louisville if he's elected. And in talking to some of my friends on the LMPD, believe it or not, they welcome that to happen. So I think you're right. I think that obviously the crime issue that's really has gotten out of hand over the last several years in particular in Louisville is something that may be impacting.
You know, what about the impact of a former president on this election? You know, Daniel Cameron did a good job, I think, in the closing weeks, it seems, from what we're seeing, of really motivating those voters and solidifying his stand among the Trump voters.
You know, that's interesting because we talked about how bipartisanship and working across party lines is important to voters nationally. That's one of the top issues. And with the Trump endorsement, you see a combative person who, and that's one reason why people voted for him, because he is rolling up his sleeves and he is pushing for conservative policies, at least he did when he was president. And so you have this conflict here where you have Andy Beshear, who, again, he's shown up, he comes across well, he's got a proactive agenda, he's avoiding, at least publicly avoiding the divisiveness, and then you have this endorsement from President Trump to Daniel Cameron. And I would say that it's what's playing in the race, at least by the indications so far, is that Kentuckians are siding, even though they voted for Trump by huge double digits last election, presidential election, they're siding with the guy that they know, the guy who's proactive, the guy that's not appearing to divide.
Agree?
Right now, yes. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Bob, that's a I'm not sure what that is.
He's reserving his final judgment after the election's over, Jim. He'll get back to you.
I think there's much wisdom in what Richard shared, yes, and obviously numbers don't lie, and certainly that's what we are seeing happening. Again, there's still a lot of numbers that need to come in, and we'll see.
Well, and I think there's different kinds of combativeness. You know, there's partisan combativeness, but then there's the sense that people can get that you're fighting for the right ideas and you're willing to take on both parties. And I wonder if some of that maybe played into explaining some of that same kind of support for a Trump as you might have for a Daniel Cameron, understanding their very different personalities. And
no, that's a good point, Jim. There was a poll done recently that showed that Trump supporters were siding with Beshear up until the last couple of weeks here. I don't know if you saw that. That was interesting. Mm-hmm. So, and it tells us that there are different factors, different variables at play that go into how somebody comes up with their vote. And I think these political scientists, it's a mystery. I think they're guessing with half of this stuff because I can't figure it out.
Yeah. Well, really, it's great for filling some time before we have the final results. Let's be honest. But I think there, and that's a good thing that we can't sit here and necessarily figure out what voters are going to do. There's a complexity. I don't mean complicated necessarily, but there's a complexity to this. You know, people who are older people, as you mentioned, the demographics. I think that's where that comes in. Yeah. Different demographics had different priorities, different concerns.
Yeah. I think I want to, if we could talk about the issues for a minute. Of course, Commonwealth Policy Center is a socially conservative organization. We are looking to shore up the sanctity of life, religious freedom, sound fiscal policies. The issue of marriage between a man and a woman, that was one of our core issues. It's not really a political issue anymore. It's not at play. But we are looking to shore up these other areas that are still at play in the sanctity of human life and religious freedom. Daniel Cameron, hands down, is the better candidate when it comes to those issues. When you look at religious freedom, what Andy Beshear did, and here's where my policy analyst part is really trying to figure out what happened. Andy Beshear violated the religious freedom of Christians on Easter Sunday back in 2020. And you could argue intimidated them when he sent state police to take down license plate numbers of churchgoers or suspected churchgoers. That was troubling. He considered churches non-essential entities during that first round of business shutdowns. That was troubling. He discriminated against Sunrise Children's Services back in 2020 because they have a hiring policy that says that if you're going to work here, you have to uphold Christian sexual ethics. And if it wasn't for that U.S. Supreme Court case that came out in favor of a group like Sunrise over in Pennsylvania, I don't think Sunrise would have had that contract renewed. So we see a number of examples where religious freedom was violated. Now, for certain voters and those that support Sunrise, those that cared about going to church on Easter Sunday, they'll remember that. But I think a lot of people just simply forgot.
And just quickly, short-term memories. Really, voters have short-term memories in a lot of these areas. You wonder if some of these decisions would have been made, say, in the last year, closer to this election, if we would see some different results, at least at this time of the evening, you know. And but people forget, or we've had other things happen since then, as you mentioned, the natural disasters we had, the way the governor handled those. So certainly that's prominent in people's minds, and as it should be. Well, welcome to Election Night coverage here, presented by Kentucky's Voice. Help support bringing a conservative news outlet to our state by supporting the expansion of this program. If you'd like to see more of these live programs and more of this type of reporting and analysis, there it is right there. We've made it as easy as we can. Just go scan that QR code, and if you'd like to plant a seed and help really get this ministry off the ground and expanded, do that. You can find out more information there. And if you're kind of like those wait-and-see voters of Daniel Cameron who are finally stepping up, we hope you'll go find out more information and then step up and cast your vote in favor of more Kentucky's Voice. Also, thanks to Patriot Mobile, they're helping spread Kentucky's Voice. You have a cell phone, everyone in your family has a phone. Stop sending all your money to corporate companies who exploit left-wing ideology, most of which oppose your values and support a conservative, value-based company. Patriot Mobile, unlimited plan starting at $25 a month. I wish my phone bill was, I got to work on this, guys, because I'm going to check this out. But,
Jim, you could be their first customer.
I could be. So anyhow, we'll leave it at that. But thanks to Patriot Mobile for supporting this great work. And thanks to you for joining us tonight here on this election night coverage on Kentucky's Voice. Don't you dare go away. There's the best part to come.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat. Tonight, we're on. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. Choose pepper jack barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's bacon cheddar crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
When it comes to truck crashes, any lawyer can stand on top of an 18-wheeler. But at Hughes & Coleman, we know the real work happens down here, where we use our extensive knowledge about truck laws and regulations to investigate what really happened. And here, where the real impact and pain of a truck crash is felt. And if need be, here, where we present the evidence and go to battle on your behalf. So call Hughes & Coleman, your on-the-scene big truck team. The minute you need our help, you can find us right here.
I'm here with Mr. Kevin Parrish from Louisville Custom Signs.
We are able to take care of all of your building fascia signs, your monument signs, any of the freestanding signs, permitting, and everything that goes along with that.
If a person wants to reach out to you, where would they go?
The best way to reach us is www.louisvillecustomsigns.com.
Louisville Custom Signs is an option for any business out there. Thank you.
Pure Charge and Go AX hearing aids empower you, letting you clearly hear what you want and need to hear. Better connect to your world. Better hear all the wonderful sounds around you. Enhance your performance with Signia AX.
Prices too high? Give us a try. Here's to you hearing aid.
Here's to you hearing aid. Call us at 502-429-9080 or visit us online at here's2youhearingaid.com.
Want to super boost your immunity? Supercharge your body and feel super good all in minutes a day? Superfood fruits and vegetables are proven to support your immune system, help you stay healthy, and even live longer. And now you can double your daily servings of fruits and vegetables with Grown American Superfood. Certified USDA organic whole superfood nutrition with over 30 super healthy, super good organic fruits and vegetables packed into every Appalachia scoop.
Grown American Superfood found a quick and easy way for my family to get fruits and vegetables every day.
Just one scoop of Grown American Superfood in water, juice, your favorite milk or yogurt makes any food or drink a delicious, quick, healthy superfood in just seconds. Just shake it, blend it, mix it, and scoop it. To get over 30 organic super greens, vegetables, fruits, and sprouts. And no added sugars, fillers, GMOs, or gluten. Plus, it's only 25 calories per scoop. And so super good that people prefer the taste 3 times more than other superfood drinks.
Every time I open the package, I feel like I'm doing something good for myself and good for my family.
Grown American Superfood is super fresh, super delicious, super fast. And today, it's super free. That's right, free. Call or go to grownamerican.com right now and try Grown American Superfood for 2 whole weeks free. You only pay shipping and processing. And that's not all. Call in the next 5 minutes and you'll also get these 2 amazing gifts absolutely free. Our 2 weeks to super easy tips and recipes guide, plus this convenient shaker cup, perfect for families on the go after a workout or to keep in your car. That's a total $50 value, all free. But you must call or click right now. So supercharge your immunity, energy, vitality, and life with Grown American Superfood. Call or click now.
Join the movement for a better mobile experience and support the causes you believe in. Switch now and use code 21 for free activation. Visit patriotmobile.com today. That's patriotmobile.com and use code 21 for free activation. Patriot Mobile, your wireless, your values.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat. Tonight, we're on. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. Choose pepper jack barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's bacon cheddar crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
Thanks for staying with us here on Kentucky's Voice, special election night coverage, election 2023. We have some updated results in the race for who will be the next Kentucky governor. Andy Beshear, the Democrat, is the incumbent, and Daniel Cameron, the current Attorney General of the state, is his Republican challenger. And you can see this race is tightening from what it was earlier. It's now tightened to 12 points. Andy Beshear is still leading in this race, 56-44. Many of the blue counties, they're still waiting on many of those votes to come in. And as we talked about in our last segment, Republicans don't necessarily need to win all of those counties, but they need to do better than they did last time. And we anticipate that that will happen in some of these counties. Also, because of the time difference in Kentucky, we have 49 counties that are on Central Time, and most of those have not yet reported results. So this is what is going to decide ultimately this race tonight will be what happens in these western counties. Look at how many of these still have not reported, and we'll see what happens there as the results begin to come in, because they're in the central time zone. 49 counties in the central time zone in Kentucky. That means their polls closed an hour later than the polls did here among the 71 counties in the eastern time zone, including Jefferson, Fayette, Covington, and some of those really pockets of Democratic strongholds when it comes to campaigns. So we'll see what happens. We'll keep you updated. Stay with us here on Kentucky's Voice, Campaign 2023. Back with more special election night coverage in a moment.
Do you want a guaranteed offer on your home and avoid the hassle and stress of listing? No showings, no inspections, no repairs, no lenders. You can even take the belongings you want and leave the rest. Contact J.P. Pirtle for a guaranteed offer.
Hurt in a car? Call Sam Aguiar.
I'm Sam Aguiar. We've earned maximum money for our clients, and we're proud of that. We take our cases seriously, and we don't stop until we help get our clients everything possible. We don't let the insurance companies call the shots. We call the shots.
Hurt in a car? Call Sam Aguiar. 888-8888.
I'm here with Mr. Kevin Parrish from Louisville Custom Signs.
We are able to take care of all of your building fascia signs, your monument signs, any of the freestanding signs, permitting, and everything that goes along with that.
If a person wants to reach out to you, where would they go?
Oh, the best way to reach us is www.louisvillecustomsigns.com.
Louisville Custom Signs is an option for any business out there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ackerman. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? Well, I have the solution that will free you from these uncomfortable feelings. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Freedom Mini Dental Implants today for a free consultation.
Mini dental implants are less invasive, need less healing time, and are less costly than traditional implants. Call Dr. Ackerman today and let her create that winning smile.
Hey, Grandpa needs a new Window World commercial. Let's make one for him.
Okay. I have a phone.
5 reasons you'll love to buy Window World windows from my grandpa.
No one beats Window World pricing. You can get 10 windows for $55.95 installed.
They're the most quality tested windows and are backed by Window World and Good Housekeeping.
Our windows have a lifetime warranty. Other competitors come and go, but Window World will be here to back your warranty.
Over 50,000 local customers and 2.5 million nationwide have chosen Window World.
And our grandpa can save you lots of money and utility bills with Window World windows.
I like it. We want everyone to be part of our Window World family.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat. Tonight, we're on. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. Choose Pepper Jack Barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's Bacon Cheddar Crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
Cleaning your gutters is a pain, but ignoring them could ruin the value of your home. Gutter Helmet is the solution. Gutter Helmet has proven to be the best for over 40 years with our patented design that keeps debris out while allowing water to flow freely through your gutters. Choose the perfect color to blend with your home, and our certified technicians will install Gutter Helmet in less than a day. We guarantee performance with a triple lifetime warranty, and we have the reviews to prove it. Don't wait to secure the value of your home. Call Gutter Helmet today to never clean your gutters again.
If you or a loved one has mesothelioma or any other asbestos-related cancer, call now. Asbestos manufacturers sold deadly asbestos materials to thousands of companies, putting workers at risk. An estimated $30 billion in court-ordered trusts have been set aside to pay out claims to asbestos victims. You may be entitled to a portion of these funds and receive compensation without filing a lawsuit or ever going to court.
For your free legal consultation, call 800-781-6515 now. 800-781-6515. I am a paid non-attorney spokesperson.
Join the movement for a better mobile experience and support the causes you believe in. Switch now and use code 21 for free activation. Visit patriotmobile.com today. That's patriotmobile.com and use code 21 for free activation. Patriot Mobile, your wireless, your values.
Do you want a guaranteed offer on your home and avoid the hassle and stress of listing? No showings, no inspections, no repairs, no lenders. You can even take the belongings you want and leave the rest. Contact JP Pirtle for a guaranteed offer.
The race is tightening here on election night. Welcome back to Campaign 2023 coverage with a special edition of Kentucky's Voice. Jim Waters here with you tonight. Glad to be with you. And also reporting that the race is tightening between incumbent Democratic Governor Andy Beshear, his Republican challenger Daniel Cameron. It's a 6 to 7 point difference right now in the race. About 1/4, about a quarter of Kentucky counties have reported. 32 out of 120 counties have finished reporting tonight or completed in their reporting. And right now, the incumbent holds a lead, but it's certainly Tom Fawbush, a much smaller lead than we saw beginning tonight with all the early absentee and early voting ballots cast by Democrats.
Absolutely. And also, for some reason, Fayette County really reported early. Of course, you know, Fayette and Jefferson County being the two largest urban, counties in our Commonwealth. And of course, you know, we've talked about a lot of this on our programs in the past. There is this urban-rural divide when it comes to the way people vote these days. So if you see votes out of Louisville are going to skew heavily to Democrats. Votes out of Lexington are going to skew heavily to Democrats. And then you go into the rural parts of our state, you see a skewing of Republican to the Republican candidate. So it's interesting. So, but since you had such a like right now, Fayette County is reporting at 92%, and Beshear's has 74,000 votes versus Cameron at 29,000 votes. So. Louisville, only 30% of the votes are in, but there's still a similar 70% to 30% difference in voting pattern there. So I think that's why you're seeing a skew right now, because Lexington is fully reported. So it's a lot of votes in the aggregate that are now in the Democrat totals. But we still have a lot of unreported rural counties, especially in the western part of the state, that should come in. So I think this lead will tighten.
The rural, and like you said, the rural, that's really what we're going to see a more conservative vote, I think, in western Kentucky.
Absolutely.
And is Lee with us? Lee Watts joining us on our panel. Hey, Lee, welcome back into Campaign 2023 here on Kentucky's Voice. Glad to have you with us tonight. And to Tom's point, you know, Lexington reported early. That doesn't happen often in our state. But
yeah,
it was.
Well, I can tell you, I live in Lexington, and that's very true. That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, but
I think to your point, I think it's very correct. Is Andy Beshear's strong points are going to be Jefferson and Fayette counties particularly. So it's going to come down to the question of, has he built up a big enough lead? Because as we keep going west, I think we're going to see that lead shrink and shrink, and the numbers are not going to be turning in for Beshear at all. So he has his lead. The question is, will it be enough to carry through speed?
Yeah, the raw number difference is about 50,000, maybe 45,000 votes between the two. So right now, 48% of votes have been counted, which is interesting, but that's because we have such a large number of votes coming out of Lexington. So 48% of the votes have been counted, and there's a 53 to 46 lead here.
I am a little bit surprised in some of the, like Nicholas County, for example, out in eastern Kentucky, Beshear's doing better, and I think that has to do with what Richard talked about, Tom, in the earlier segment about Andy Beshear and how he handled the flooding and all this in eastern Kentucky probably helped him. But western Kentucky will be interesting because we had the tornado out there, but it only affected a handful of counties. So, and those counties, the counties that did not affect, we haven't seen much reporting from out there yet. So
That's right.
It'll be interesting to see what happens there.
You know, incumbents have that natural advantage of being in office, dealing with crises, being engaged with voters for 4 years, and so we've had, like you said, 2 major natural disasters in our state that where leadership from the state level was important, and so and I think most people say that Beshear did a good job putting a good face on state response to those disasters, but. So there we go. That might help them in those counties.
So the latest, according to the Secretary of State's website, 290,000 to 250 is where we're at. 290,000 for Beshear and Daniel Cameron is, as we would say on a Kentucky Derby day, closing the gap and probably in the straightaway. We're gonna call the reporting of the western counties here the straightaway and what happens there, and can he close the gap? I think that's the question. And Lee Watts, earlier Bob Scott was talking about, Republicans don't necessarily have to win all of these urban areas, but they do need to reach a certain level of certain number of votes because the governor is elected here by the number of votes statewide. So that is that's a redeeming factor for conservatives.
Yeah, under a previous constitution, we're currently under the 4th Constitution of Kentucky, but under a previous one, we had a system much like they do on a national level with an electoral college. And I think that really practically represent Kentucky to go back to that system. But yes, we do now have the popular vote. And one of the reasons I think this is dangerous is really if you could just win those big urban areas, which is getting Fayette, Jefferson, a little bit of Warren, then for the most part, you can almost ignore the rest of the state and still carry enough votes. So that's maybe something Kentucky needs to revisit and go back to that previous system.
Yeah, but if a Republican does, like Bob mentioned earlier, get 35, 40, or Richard mentioned earlier, get 35, 40% of the vote in those areas, even if they don't actually win those counties, that can make a difference. That can make a difference.
Yeah, it really can.
We have a projected winner.
We have a projected winner here. Yeah, Michael Adams, Secretary of State, almost 400,000 votes tonight, beats Charles Wheatley, Buddy Wheatley, who's been a legislator from Northern Kentucky, 61 to 39%. That's a lot of votes, Tom Fawbush, and that's a big win for Michael Adams. And I think it's a confirmation of his work as Secretary of State, especially with elections.
Absolutely. Of course, the Secretary of State gets to count his own votes too. So that's so there we go. So maybe he can call his race a little bit early. I don't know. Just saying. But
right.
Well, congratulations to him. But yeah, to your point about turnout in urban counties, the votes are there for a Republican governor to win the race. The votes are there. But it's this whole night is going to be it's framed around turnout, and if you look at and we mentioned this earlier in the program, if you look at the national election with Trump versus Biden, Trump brought I think 1.3 million votes in Kentucky. And Bevin only brought 700,000 votes in Kentucky in 2019. So there are Republican votes out there that will show up to the polls and vote for candidates. And I'm putting my partisan hat back on again. And I think this is something that the legislature needs to really look at. Is let's shift our elections back to where it lines up with national campaigns or national election cycles, because this is not. Turnout's too important, especially for our. I'll just say it, for our side of the aisle. It's very important, and we need
and it's benefited left-wing
left-wing candidates.
Now the argument against that has been you can't run for one office and hold another office according to our Constitution. Well, maybe that needs to be looked at as well.
And I'm curious, just Jim and Lee, what are your opinions? If we say the legislature did that, how would that work? Would we shorten this next term to 3 years and then have a
well, you would want to make sure. I think the only way politically it could be done probably is to make sure it's a grandfathered in type situation, so that no one is is directly affected by that, and that's usually the way those things work. That's how it worked with allowing a governor to run for a second term.
Yeah.
The current governor could not benefit from that. We have another projected winner right now, the Attorney General of Kentucky. The next Attorney General, it looks like the voters have spoken. It will be Russell Coleman, who is 57-43 over Pamela Stevenson. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I think that was going to be a pretty solid Republican win right there. And you know, Tom, both our current governor was former Attorney General. The challenger is Attorney General. This is becoming an even more important position.
It really is. It seems to be a seat that tees you up for better things and greater things. But I'm really curious, Lee, what is your opinion on this? It looks like statewide Republicans are winning every office except for potentially the governorship here. And this may happen twice if it doesn't move Cameron's way later this evening. So, Lee, what's the reason for that? Do you have a...
Well, first of all, to the previous point, talking about the Attorney General keeps becoming governor. I think the Attorney General is often abbreviated AG, and I think that starts to stand for almost governor.
Yeah, exactly.
So, because you have such a public position that it gives you so much publicity in front of the people that it's an obvious step up in the governor position. And this is something I find both flattering and ghastly, is that Kentuckians would elect a solid Republican ticket on a national level, both for the president and for the congressional delegation and for the state legislature, all of the statewide elected positions. And yet, some reason, vote for the complete opposite position and on every member of import for the governor's office. That does not make any sense to me.
Well, it just shows, I guess the upside of that is, you know, the voters are thinking about each of these offices individually. But also I think it goes to Tom's point earlier, don't you, Lee, that if these elections aligned with, you know, midterm elections, say we're electing a congressman and a U.S. senator usually, and we're electing all of the legislature at the same time, turnout, interest, you know, people paying attention, it all is affected by that, I think.
Yeah, it would definitely work to its favor here in Kentucky. And again, it would save the state millions of dollars from having to run elections 3 out of 4 years. And
Well, I think the clerks would like that.
Participation, because you don't have to have voter being wore out. Because if you vote every other year instead of 3 out of 4, I think we'd have more people participate.
Well, you have to wonder about resources.
But we wear ourselves out. Yeah.
And Tom, you have to wonder about resources too. When there's, you know, 3 elections, 3 out of every 4 years, we had Daniel Cameron really way behind in terms of fundraising and resources for this campaign. I wonder if that might help improve that as well for Republicans. For
I absolutely agree. It would. And I really, you know, to Lee's point and your point, I think over time, voters get wore out. If you're having an election every year, you sort of lose interest. It's sort of like the boy that cried wolf. You're just you can't get yourself emotionally geared up to pay attention. You know, you and I we live and breathe this. I could have an election every day of the week and I'd be thrilled, you know. But the average voter, they tune in right before the election. They make their decision, and we just can't. I don't think there's enough bandwidth there for the average voter to do an election every year and really pay attention to it properly. And
so the race is tightening, Tom, between Andy Beshear and Daniel Cameron. Half of the votes have been counted in Kentucky tonight. 50% of the vote is in. Andy Beshear, his lead has dropped to 7 points, Tom Fawbush,
right. Actually,
from an earlier.
Well, AP is showing 52% of the votes.
52% of the vote in,
so it's
52 to 48 almost, I guess, 52-48 right now. So it's tightening. We did expect this. It's going to be a close race tonight, and Western Kentucky is going to decide this election. There's still, I don't see any. I don't think there's a single county in the Central Time Zone. Of course, this is unofficial. I'm looking at this map, but I'm not sure there's a single county that's fully reported. There may be 1 or 2 now.
There are. No, there are.
But there are. But this is mostly Central Time votes that coming in, and we'll see this change. And the question will be, will it be enough? Right now, Andy Beshear holds a 51,000 vote lead over Daniel Cameron. So the number of votes now becomes very important in terms of how many votes are cast, how many, what the gap. Daniel Cameron must win by some significant margins in these western counties.
Yeah, more than half of the state,
think
more
that's
than
very
half.
possible.
I'm sorry.
I'll go so far as to say that I don't think Andy Bashir has built a big enough league to take over what's going to happen as we go north or west. I think that is going to continually break to the Republican side, and I think that Cameron will probably have enough to pull it out.
Well, and as we look at we've already had a couple of races that we've called tonight. One, Michael Adams is going to be returning as the Secretary of State. He was the incumbent in that race. He defeated Charles Wheatley handily tonight. And also Russell Coleman put away Pamela Stevenson strongly as well tonight as Republicans continue this pattern of winning these down-ticket statewide constitutional offices with fairly wide margins in these votes. And Tom Fawbush, it is to Lee's point, Lee Watts' point. It is difficult to understand sometimes. I think in the governor's race, I'm going to go back to this and stand by this. Personality matters. The personality of a gubernatorial candidate matters more than that of Secretary of State. Not saying that any Secretary of State or these other offices it doesn't matter, but I think the limelight and the attention of a campaign is most likely going to cover a gubernatorial race.
Absolutely, yeah. I think political scientists will study this cycle more than most, because you had this really interesting moment where Bashir has had. Sorry, I'm staring at the laptop, looking at these results. Sorry, folks. But you have this moment where Bashir had about a year and a half or 2 years of just a daily infomercial, right? A daily infomercial on the Bashir response to COVID. And now, whether you like the response or not, I think most people on my side of the aisle thought it was a terrible response. Locking up Christians for going to church. Sorry. Something about the Bashirs and locking up Christians. I don't know what it is. I'm just going to, I just don't care for it at all. And but you've had this this opportunity that Bashir took advantage of having his face out there for every day. He's built a relationship with a voter, with certain voters, and it has been it's a powerful relationship. It's I think turning into some incumbent voting here. Here's another point too. Western Kentucky is probably will swing strong towards Cameron, but Bowling Green has not reported much at all, and Bowling Green's another one of those urban counties, Warren County, and so which is the home of Bowling Green. It probably will swing to Bashir as well. You've got Western Kentucky University there, a large liberal college, and right now there's only about 1,000 votes in.
It was very tight in the last election.
Okay, that's right. That's you're very familiar with that area.
And I think that the whole fiasco with Janine Hampton and the way that Matt Bevin handled dropping her from the ticket really turned off a lot of people. They don't like. Again, it goes back to how the governor, his personality, the way he or she responds, the way they act, their attitude really does. So I would not be surprised tonight if Warren County doesn't swing back to Cameron, but it'd probably be tight either way.
Well, let me ask you, quick, Lee, do you think Cameron did a good enough job, positioning himself as a likable candidate or differentiating himself from Bashir's personality? I mean, I didn't feel like it was a very strong campaign or in that sense. I mean, I think he was just riding on the fact that we're a red state. If just enough people come out, he's going to win it by default. And is that your take?
I think that's one of the interests of the campaign. It's just thinking because if we have 150,000 more Republicans, that they're just going to win it for free. That's not what's going to happen. One of the things that's concerned me for months, and I've talked about several times in my programs, is for every one Daniel Cameron commercial I would see, I would literally see 7 or 8 Andy Bashir commercials. But when you think about it, Andy Bashir has spent more than 400% more money than Daniel Cameron had.
Yeah, 17 million to 4 million. 17 million.
And he's only got a 6-point lead.
He had to spend such an incredible amount of money after having 4 years, after having all of that free information time. That would definitely not a mandate, even being able to speak out to a Winston.
Yeah, well, that's an excellent point, I think, and of course the response to that will be, well, we're in a Republican stronghold state. And we are, but again, the question is, are the voters catching up to this? And even right now, he only has a 6-point lead. He's outspent Cameron by a tremendous amount. Money does matter in campaigns. But man, you've got to wonder, has he really used this to his full advantage too? Has Bashir really used this to his full advantage? So
and
we'll see.
plus there was a tactical decision that the Cameron campaign made on spending their money and spending their dollars. And so they decided, and I think this advice came from the McConnell camp, that said, let's wait until the last 30 days to drop in all your ads, to get your yard signs out, to really do your full push, because that's when people are paying attention anyway, right? And so, and a lot of people question that, because if you waited to 30 days out from the election, you give your opponent a chance to paint you a certain way, just to define the issue, define who you are. And so,
and Lee, I wanted to ask you about this though. It seemed like Bashir really got out in front in defining Daniel Cameron in the beginning of this race. We saw numerous ads early on that really sought to define him before he did drop those ads. So it's a calculated risk.
It sure is.
It's a calculated risk.
I think Mr. Fawbush is very correct. I think this is a strategy that came basically from the McConnell camp. And tonight will be a good test to see if that is a solid strategy. I doubt it, but I think tonight will be the proof of the pudding.
Yeah, there was a last-minute surge. Cameron did have a last-minute surge on the polls, and this past weekend that was all the news. So maybe he surged at the right moment. It seemed risky.
Like we said in the opening monologue tonight, it's all about peaking at the right time.
That's right.
Kentucky college basketball fans know about this.
Exactly right.
We've seen great teams, but they peaked too early, and so we'll see. Bashir may have peaked too early. We'll see about this tonight. We're at 53% to 47%. The race is tightening, maybe even tighter than that now as we get the updates. We have 38 of 120 counties that have reported. We're waiting on those Western Kentucky counties. I'm sorry, we've got 50 now, 50 counties. I hit my update button. There are 50 out of 120 counties, and we do have some counties in the Central Time Zone now beginning to report. Hopkins County, which I think Bashir really wanted to take, is going tonight for Daniel Cameron, 54 to 46. So that's a good sign for the Cameron camp tonight. They're in Hopkins County in Western Kentucky, and we'll see what comes in for Christian County. That will also be a big indicator with Hopkinsville and a larger presence of minorities there than most of the Western Kentucky counties have. LaRue County is right now Cameron is ahead there as well, 61 to 39. That's Hodgenville, that area. That's more central Kentucky. That's a good sign for the challenger as well tonight. And we'll just have to see as they come in. That's a great thing, isn't it, Tom, about our democracy and our constitutional republic is the voters have the final say. But to the point about turnout, I think we have to have this discussion in Kentucky about are we going to continue with this off-year election? Because what ends up happening is in the primary, there's only sometimes 20% or less of primary voters that show up to vote. So that means whoever the nominee is, if they become governor, essentially they've been elected by a very few people overall.
That's exactly right. And it's an interesting conversation because, traditionally it's been the Republicans who are not so eager for large turnouts, because there's always been a conception in American politics that higher the turnout, the better Democrats do. But in states like Kentucky that are so far red now, so far to the conservative and Republican side of the aisle, then a good turnout is going to help a Republican campaign. So it depends on what hat I'm wearing. If I was a Democrat, I would say, keep it the way it is because it gives us a better chance to win a national office or a statewide office. But as a partisan speaking, I think we need to definitely review this because it's not working.
We talked the other day on the Share-a-thon about this, about how nationally, why is it that Kentucky in our national races has gone really ruby red? And yet at the state level, we still see kind of this lag. Well, again, you can get a lot of information. Voters become educated by Fox News, by the conservative media outlets who have made a point of being sure to report from a conservative viewpoint. What could happen I think the same thing could happen here if we have a conservative outlet, which we're talking about tonight.
Well,
don't you?
absolutely. And of course, if you're watching this program or listening to this program, you're watching it under the umbrella of Kentucky's Voice. And this is a new statewide news organization that we're launching here on this station and other stations that are owned by Ward Media Group. And that's exactly right, Jim. One reason conservatives and Republicans have done well over the past 20 or 30 years is because they've had media to really support their perspective. But when it comes to state politics and local politics, there isn't that balance. There isn't that a friendly, or at least a fair and balanced, news organization that covers the issues in the way that relates to conservative voters and Republican voters. And so, what does that mean? Well, it means the narrative is always getting spelled out by the opponents. The left can define the narrative because the reason why they can do that, they just pick the stories. Sometimes it's just what story do we cover determines the bias,
covered, right?
or what's not covered.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It determines the bias. So yeah, we're here. We're going to do that's our goal this year. We're launching Kentucky's Voice, and we could use your help if you're watching this show and you enjoy this programming, and if you're a conservative, you appreciate the fact that. That we need this sort of content on the air in this state. We could certainly use your help. On the screen, they're going to put up a QR code where you can go to our Give, Send, Go crowdfunding site where you can donate to the cause. And we're basically looking for some seed funding to kickstart the effort. And what we'll use the money for is to hire good journalists, hire good reporters, good producers that can. Drill into these issues and cover state politics and local politics from a conservative perspective. So thanks, Jim, for bringing that up.
Thank you, and I'm truly I think this is a worthwhile project, and there's nothing else like this in Kentucky, and I think it'll be wonderful to see how that impacts our state.
That's exactly right.
And because it's going to be a daily reporting of news, you're going to get your information. You're just going to get maybe a lot of stories that aren't reported in the national, in the traditional statewide mainstream media, as we would call it, but also where they're placed and the attention that they get.
That's
and
right.
there's a big Christian conservative community out here that's
is.
Largely been ignored.
It's been ignored.
I've got friends in the press, so I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody in particular, but I am saying that sometimes it's easier to go with the flow and with the role rather than thinking through how do we cover issues, how do we cover a campaign, and how do we do it in a way that really educates voters,
Right.
and I appreciate you and the work you've done and the way you have really stepped up and allowed us here to really help educate people as well as talk about the results.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. I also want to give a shout out to Lee Watts. Lee Watts has an amazing channel on YouTube called Patriot Point, who's doing exactly that. Who's covering issues from a conservative Christian perspective, and is really one of the pioneers in this effort. And so we were always very grateful.
Hey Lee, when's your show on? Tell us. When can folks?
I have new episodes on every Friday morning at 8 o'clock. And again, while sometimes we'll talk national news, I also spend 99% of the time talking about Kentucky issues, the very thing you're talking about. We right now, as a state, are hungry for the news from a conservative standpoint. We need a statewide like Fox News or Newsmax service. So since that wasn't out there, I started the channel 2 years ago. Since that time, we've seen Kentucky Voice stand up and a few other independent news sources. And I'm hoping we'll be able to come together like an umbrella, be able to give the people the news from the conservative viewpoint. When I was in the military, my job was media relations. And we've had a little saying that in politics, perception is reality. Right. The media gets to shape that perception.
That's very well said, very true. And Bashir has been a master at that, shaping the perception. He really has. Yep. And through COVID, through all this. But we'll see tonight. We'll see what the voters say. The race is tightening. Andy Bashir still leads in the race for re-election as governor of Kentucky, 52.4 to 47.6%. So, Tom, it's closing and it's tight, and it's going to get
50,000
tighter as
votes.
these western counties come in.
Yeah, there's 50,000 votes there that need to be made up. Are there 50,000 votes in Western Kentucky and in the unreported counties out there? Well, tonight will tell.
Yeah. Well, you know, when Matt Bevin won his election, there was a county in Western Kentucky that played a key role. It reported late, and he won, and he ended up winning. Maybe that was the primary, but one of those elections, the Western Kentucky county played a key role in the election of a governor.
I believe it was 48.
Yep. So Campaign 2023 right here on Kentucky's Voice. And we're glad to have you with us tonight. This program sponsored in part by Patriot Mobile, which is also helping spread Kentucky's voice. You have a cell phone. Everybody you know has one. Everyone in your house has one. Stop sending all your money to one of these corporate telecom companies who exploit left-wing ideology, most of which oppose your values, your beliefs. And why don't you support Kentucky values, Christian values, conservative values? This is your chance to do it. Go to the screen, click on the QR code. Unlimited plans starting at $25 a month. Patriot Mobile helping bring you Campaign 2023 right here on Kentucky's Voice. Don't go away.
Good stuff.
Holy Smokes Barbecue and Catering now featuring our famous barnyard specials, the Holy Cow, the Holy Hog, and the Memphis Pig. Holy Smokes Barbecue and Catering. Be sure to tell them the man in the big white hat sent you.
Injured? Great results like these are why so many people in Kentucky get Hughes & Coleman and get it done. $412,000 for a man who was injured in a crash in Louisville, $1 million for a Bowling Green man involved in a motorcycle wreck, and $2 million for a woman in a car wreck in Logan County. If you've been injured, do what thousands of Kentuckians have already done. Call 800-800-4600. Get Hughes & Coleman and get it done.
I'm here with Mr. Kevin Parrish from Louisville Custom Signs.
We are able to take care of all of your building fascia signs, your monument signs, any of the freestanding signs, permitting, and everything that goes along with that.
If a person wants to reach out to you, where would they go?
Oh, the best way to reach us is www.louisvillecustomsigns.com.
Louisville Custom Signs is an option for any business out there. Thank you.
Hey, Grandpa needs a new Window World commercial. Let's make one for him.
Okay. I have a phone.
5 reasons you'll love to buy Window World windows from my grandpa.
No one beats Window World pricing. You can get 10 windows for $55.95 installed.
They're the most quality tested windows and are backed by Window World and Good Housekeeping.
Our windows have a lifetime warranty. Other competitors come and go, but Window World will be here to back your warranty.
Over 50,000 local customers and 2.5 million nationwide have chosen Window World.
And our grandpa can save you lots of money and utility bills with Window World windows.
I like it. We want everyone to be part of our Window World family.
Gutter Helmet has been keeping homeowners off the ladder for over 40 years. As the first and best gutter protection system on the market, Gutter Helmet is the last product you'll ever need installed on your gutters. Don't just take our word for it. Check out our customer reviews to hear more about our trusted history. From our superior performance and quality service to our unique transferable warranty that's meant to work for you and is the best in the industry. We guarantee once you call Gutter Helmet, you'll never have to clean your gutters again.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat. We keep our options open. Our nights lit. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. You choose Jack the Barbecue Burger, the sauced up A1 Swiss Burger, or Rally's Classic Bacon Cheddar Crisp. $1.99 each. Tonight, we're on. 3 choices, $1.99. Rally's.
Imagine being free
free from the pain normal exercise can cause. Introducing the Teeter Free Step. Featuring patented stride technology licensed from commercial high-end physical therapy equipment, Free Step is the only home-use stepper with this unique, gentle linear motion, delivering the best in low-impact exercise.
It's almost like the machines that I had at physical therapy. The Free Step has been a lifesaver for me. It really has.
93% of users surveyed reported the Free Step was easier on their knees and back than other cardio options.
I've tried the elliptical, I've tried the stationary bike. The Free Step answered so many of the issues that I had. I can get a full body workout and not be in pain while I'm doing it.
The Free Step engages both the upper and lower body, boosting calorie burn by more than 17% and distributing muscle exertion so your workout feels easier.
Instead of sitting in my favorite chair, now I'm sitting on Free Step. I can watch TV. I'm moving my legs, I'm moving my arms. Before I know it, the show's over and I just got a great workout without even thinking about it.
Call or go to tryfreestep.com to learn more.
Join the movement for a better mobile experience and support the causes you believe in. Switch now and use code 21 for free activation. Visit patriotmobile.com today. That's patriotmobile.com and use code 21 for free activation. Patriot Mobile, your wireless, your values.
Holy Smokes Barbecue and Catering. The recipe for our brown sugar wings may be a secret, but what isn't a secret, these wings are delicious. Order as many as you want, but be sure to get as many as you need. Just tell them the man in the big white hat sent you.
Just like the words of the inimitable Yogi Berra, repeated tonight by Richard Nelson, it's deja vu all over again in Kentucky's race for the state constitutional offices, which is seven races. The governor, lieutenant governors, attorney general, secretary of state, treasurer, auditor, agriculture commissioner, and the Republicans are going to take all of those tonight. We're going to have Republicans in each one of those statewide constitutional offices. Russell Coleman will be a newcomer. Allison Ball, who's served as the state treasurer for the last 8 years, was elected tonight as the state auditor. I predict she will do a fantastic job. She's one of the most popular Republicans in Kentucky and may end up with the most votes. Commissioner of Agriculture, Jonathan Schell. The gap on that did surprise me a bit, but he was defeated in a primary a few years ago, but he's come back strong. He'll be our next agriculture commissioner. Michael Adams will be Secretary of State. Russell Coleman, the Attorney General. And Mark Metcalf, it looks like he's going to become our state treasurer. He leads by 106,000 votes over Michael Bowman, who's been a perennial candidate for different positions. So, but we're waiting on the big one, the big prize tonight, which is who's going to be our next governor. Will it be Andy Beshear? Will he be reelected to another 4 years? Or will Attorney General Daniel Cameron, the Republican challenger, become the first black Republican governor in the history of the Commonwealth and the first black to be a governor in the state since Reconstruction? I believe, I'm going from memory, but I believe I have that correct. And only like the fifth Republican governor in Kentucky since World War II. I mean, we're talking some significant history being made tonight if he wins. If Andy Beshear wins, he's on his way to a national platform. You know, more so, I think, Derek Barber, don't you?
I was extremely excited to see all of these cards fall in terms of history being made. The big issue is going to be, can he get over the hill? I do know that there was going to be some challenges for our Attorney General, primarily because of the Breonna Taylor decision. A lot of the African-American vote kind of sat on their hands for Daniel Cameron, and he didn't get the initial support that he got when he was going in as Attorney General.
That's a really good point, too, you know, and talk a little more a bit about that. Why do you think, let's drill a little bit for a moment on that. What do you think? What was it? Was it just is it a trust factor? Is it he was new to them? Maybe didn't have the recognition that the incumbent had. What do you think?
I don't think it was the trust factor for the second go round. If you check out the pictures of Daniel Cameron when he was sworn in at midnight to become Attorney General, he was surrounded by by a bunch of black ministers. After the Breonna Taylor decision that he made, a lot of people viewed it as controversial, felt as if he was holding back on information that would have been in the favor of Breonna Taylor, and believed that he chose law enforcement over the people. And that's from just speaking in the black community. The outreach as well. Since the Breonna Taylor decision, a lot of the black ministers as well as constituents feel as if it was impossible to reach Daniel Cameron. And I do think him electing not to really campaign in the black communities could have an effect.
Rhonda Palazzo, we're joined once again by this great panel of Derek Barber, Rhonda Palazzo, and we've seen the vote tighten, though, tonight. Andy Beshear spent a lot of money to get to where he is right now in this race. He spent a lot more than Daniel Cameron, $17 million to $4 million. That's a big gap. And so every vote is costing him a lot more, if you will, than just kind of in a general using that approach or that illustration. It's cost him a lot.
Yes, it has. The vote is, I'm over here. Sorry about that.
Well, she got so wrapped up in the
I know, I'm
results there,
watching
in
the results over
conversation.
here praying for Daniel Cameron to come
ahead,
up.
yeah.
It's right now 53 to 46%.
Yep.
So, what I found in the races I was in is that the money, it doesn't always come down to money. What it comes down to is being with the people. That's the most important thing. Do you come across as being genuine?
I'm not sure either one of these candidates excel at that. I think Andy Beshear certainly was out when he could be visible. But I'm not sure that I'm not sure how much either one. Maybe people might have different views on that. I guess I think that's one of those things you have difference of views in terms of what it means to be with the people. Derek.
Being with the people is exactly that, showing up, having accessibility, getting a direct message. I know that with the way that elections are laid out now, we look at particular demographics. We look at the Latino community. We look at the white community, the black community, other virtual communities they create. And so being with the people is at least having a message for them to say that we consider you. When we talk about considering you, a lot of times they throw wedge issues in there. Wedge issues regarding whether or not you are for abortion or against abortion, same-sex marriage, a lot of these different things that come up where they try to pigeonhole you to either guilt you towards a candidate or to ostracize you from a candidate. Being there to have a message for either is one thing that I hope he did enough of. There were some comments about the lack of him being there, but we still hope that he can pull it out.
Well, we have an update now. WLEX in Lexington is calling the race tonight for the incumbent Democrat, Andy Beshear, to be reelected, although we're not calling it yet because there are some other sources saying it's too close to call. But he's got a 40,000 vote or 36,000 vote lead. And considering that the counties, Rhonda Palazzo, that haven't reported yet just don't have the numbers, I think that's what is being looked at, are the numbers there in those counties.
It would have to be a miracle.
Well, do you believe in miracles?
Absolutely.
What about you? I believe. We're at a miracle working network here, aren't we? This network believes in miracles, right?
WBNA definitely does believe in miracles, and we are a faith-based community here. Right. The thing is, we also view reality. And,
so we're realistic, yeah.
And being realistic, a lot of these counties are smaller, So we're not looking at 50,000 people in one particular precinct or anything like that. We're looking at smaller precincts where it's about 3,000 to 4,000 people, and we're going to need at least a 2-to-1 on some of those to make up those margins.
Pike County has not reported
Pike County
yet.
is not. I was just
Christian
looking at
County has not reported yet. Caldwell. There's several counties that Callaway County.
So basically, about 72 counties have reported. That leaves 48 counties that have not reported. That means that really, on the average, Daniel Cameron needs to win by more than 1,000 in those counties on average in order to pull this out. But I will say this: the race is tightened. It's really about a 3.5%, 3.7% now, 51.8 to 48.1%. So it's become a lot tighter than we saw earlier tonight. No question about that.
It looks like it's shaping up almost like the former gubernatorial race, and the real question now is going to have to lie in, did he do enough work? I know he pulled off the bus campaign last week, and I really did try to hit a lot of smaller counties, try to collect these smaller amounts of votes. We're just hoping that he can pull it out.
But what about this strategy, Rhonda? We talked about it earlier, and you've run campaigns and developed strategy, overall strategy for campaigns, and it seemed like General Cameron's strategy was to wait, to wait, and that allowed Andy Beshear, from my observation, to define him before a lot of people could make up their minds. On the other hand, what about this strategy of waiting when you have limited resources and you're certainly being outspent, about using those resources closer to the election when people really, the conventional wisdom is that people begin to pay more attention to that?
I think as much as you can be very precise and passionate about the issues, people need to know that you're not going to waver. People need to know that you are specific. And so if I think you should just be there with the people and then spread the money out.
Well, I want you to know that's what we're doing tonight. We're being there with the people right here on Kentucky's Voice on Campaign 2023. You didn't know that you were going to do that for me, did you? But you did. I appreciate that. But hey, if you'd like to see and hear more of this conservative approach to covering campaigns, or any issue for that matter in our state, and as Rhonda talked about, we'll be passionate, we'll be informed, we'll help inform you, the people of Kentucky, about what's going on, then support this effort to expand Kentucky's voice. You can do it tonight right here by going to your screen and scanning in that QR code. And if you'd like to make a contribution this evening, please do so, or at least find out more about our efforts. And, we need a conservative media outlet right here in Kentucky. Help us, and we'll help you understand and know more about what's going on in your state. Back in a moment.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat.
Flavor on
Tonight,
and on.
we're on.
Flavor on
Rally's
and
flavor
on.
is on at $1.99. Choose pepper jack barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's bacon cheddar crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
Car wreck? When you get Hughes & Coleman, it can make a big difference. Here's what I mean. Insurance offer, $3,000. Our result, $156,000. Insurance offer, $0. Our result, $385,000. Insurance offer, $300,000. Our result, $1 million. After an accident, if you want to get the money you deserve, get Hughes & Coleman and get it done. Call 800-800-4600.
I'm here with Mr. Kevin Parrish from Louisville Custom Signs.
We are able to take care of all of your building fascia signs, your monument signs, any of the freestanding signs, permitting, and everything that goes along with that.
If a person wants to reach out to you, where would they go?
The best way to reach us is www.louisvillecustomsigns.com.
Louisville Custom Signs is an option for any business out there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ackerman. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? Well, I have the solution that will free you from these uncomfortable feelings. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Freedom Mini Dental Implants today for a free consultation.
Mini dental implants are less invasive, need less healing time, and are less costly than traditional implants. Call Dr. Ackerman today and let her create that winning smile.
Pure Charge and Go AX hearing aids empower you, letting you clearly hear what you want and need to hear. Better connect to your world. Better hear all the wonderful sounds around you. Enhance your performance with Signia AX.
Prices too high? Give us a try. Here's to You Hearing Aid.
Here's to You Hearing Aid. Call us at 502-429-9080 or visit us online at here's2youhearingaid.com.
Cleaning your gutters is a pain, but ignoring them could ruin the value of your home. Gutter Helmet is the solution. Gutter Helmet has proven to be the best for over 40 years with our patented design that keeps debris out while allowing water to flow freely through your gutters. Choose the perfect color to blend with your home, and our certified technicians will install Gutter Helmet in less than a day. We guarantee performance with a triple lifetime warranty, and we have the reviews to prove it. Don't wait to secure the value of your home. Call Gutter Helmet today to never clean your gutters again.
Imagine being free from the pain normal exercise can cause. Introducing the Teeter Free Step, featuring patented stride technology licensed from commercial high-end physical therapy equipment. Free Step is the only home-use stepper with this unique, gentle, linear motion, delivering the best in low-impact exercise.
It's almost like the machines that I had at physical therapy. The Free Step has been a lifesaver for me. It really has.
93% of users surveyed reported the Free Step was easier on their knees and back than other cardio options.
I've tried the elliptical, I've tried the stationary bike. The Free Step answered so many of the issues that I had. I can get a full body workout and not be in pain while I'm doing it.
The Free Step engages both the upper and lower body, boosting calorie burn by more than 17% and distributing muscle exertion so your workout feels easier.
Instead of sitting in my favorite chair, now I'm sitting on Free Step. I can watch TV. I'm moving my legs, I'm moving my arms. Before I know it, the show's over and I just got a great workout without even thinking about it.
Call or go to tryfreestep.com to learn more.
Join the movement for a better mobile experience and support the causes you believe in. Switch now and use code 21 for free activation. Visit patriotmobile.com today. That's patriotmobile.com and use code 21 for free activation. Patriot Mobile, your wireless, your values.
Flavor on and on.
I'm in the driver's seat.
On
Tonight,
and
we're on. Rally's flavor is on at $1.99. Choose Pepper Jack Barbecue, A1 Swiss, or Rally's Bacon Cheddar Crisp, $1.99 each. Rally's.
Campaign 2023 here on Kentucky's Voice. It has been an exciting evening, and during our last segment, Richard Nelson and Bob Scott, we talked about this strategy of the Cameron campaign to wait, to drop the ads and begin to respond. Was that the right decision?
Well, we're looking from the outside in. We weren't in on those discussions and the strategy. Of course, they were disadvantaged because he was challenging an incumbent. Andy Beshear had money coming out of that primary, and he spent money through the primary. And in fact, his fundraising advantage, Jim, was something like 3 or 4 to 1 over Daniel Cameron's. I think it was close to 19 million.
17 to 3. 17 to 4 million.
17 to 4,
yeah.
roughly. Okay. Huge advertising advantage there. I mean, when you have that much more in your own campaign, you can run ads all year long.
Right, but the question I have is, even with that gap in resources, Beshear defined him early on. Beshear defined Daniel Cameron, so it seemed like he was always responding to that defining rather than being able to establish his own narrative maybe, and maybe that does have, at the end of the day, to do with resources.
Yeah, and the bottom line is that Daniel Cameron did not have the resources to respond. Coming out of a hard-fought Republican primary, look, there were 10 Republicans in that race. Daniel did emerge in a very strong position, almost garnered 50% of the vote, but he didn't have the resources to respond. And when you are running a campaign, you save your resources for about the last month of the election. That's when you begin to spend. So.
Well, gentlemen, we're ready to call this race tonight here at Kentucky's Voice. And we are projecting that Andy Beshear is being reelected tonight as the governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He has defeated tonight Republican challenger and current Attorney General Daniel Cameron. A hard-fought campaign, gentlemen. Certainly, the vote tightened up throughout this night. It certainly was not where we started out with a 20-point lead for Andy Beshear. And Bob Scott, Andy, talking about, as Richard was, the difference in resources. He spent a lot to get that.
The money difference was astronomical, and the fact, and Richard touched upon it, that it was such a bruising primary, leading into that. That didn't do Daniel Cameron any favors either.
Well, we're going to take a break and come back and talk about this night in general, all of the races here, and we're going to give you kind of an overview of that and talk a little more. Guys, I want to talk about where you think now Daniel Cameron goes and what his future will be, as well as how this all plays out on the national stage. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but want to touch on that again now that the race has been called. Governor Andy Beshear tonight, reelected to a 4-year term as Kentucky's governor. He will serve the Commonwealth of Kentucky. No Republican governor in Kentucky, by the way, has ever been reelected governor, which we saw that in the last election. So, but it's largely a repeat of what we've seen in the past, a close, tight race, but goes to the Democrat, with the down ticket races going stronger to the Republican, certainly in all of those races. But we'll be back to talk about it on Campaign 2023 on Kentucky's Voice. Stay with us.
You want a guaranteed offer on your home and avoid the hassle and stress of listing? No showings or open houses, no inspections or repairs, close when you want. You can even take the belongings you want and leave the rest. Contact JP Pirtle today for a guaranteed offer.
I'm Sam Aguiar. What does it mean when we say we've got your back? It means taking on bullies and making sure people don't get pushed around. It means treating all people with compassion and respect. It means standing up for what's right and never giving up until justice is served. And it means fighting for the results you deserve, standing up for the community, fighting for what's right. Call Sam Aguiar Injury Lawyers. We've got your back. 888-8888.
I'm here with Mr. Kevin Parrish from Louisville Custom Signs.
We are able to take care of all of your building fascia signs, your monument signs, any of the freestanding signs, permitting, and everything that goes along with that.
If a person wants to reach out to you, where would they go?
Oh, the best way to reach us is www.louisvillecustomsigns.com.
Louisville Custom Signs is an option for any business out there. Thank you.
Cars and trucks. Cars and trucks. Stop. Wait a minute. It's time to buy a car. Put some people in it. Trade it in or bring a check. Take the keys. Hit the stretch. Ride the bullet. Shelby. Make a trip to the city. You better show it off. Our cars and trucks. They are so pretty. So hot. Hot deals. Lift kits and chrome wheels. Cars that are new to you. Trucks that are new to you. This Red Coats is gonna give it to you.
Well, it has been another eventful campaign for governor here in Kentucky. Yeah, it's a phenomenon, to say the least. Tonight, Daniel Cameron, the Republican challenger, came up short in his bid to become only the 5th Republican governor in Kentucky since World War II. Andy Beshear, the Democrat, is reelected tonight to another 4-year term. However, our state attorney general, state treasurer, state auditor, Secretary of State, Agriculture Commissioner, all of them will be Republicans. They won by strong margins tonight. All of them ran, I thought, really good campaigns. But the question now is, where do we go from here? And Bob Scott, the national media's been paying attention to this race, and national party leaders are paying attention to see what happens here. And you know, we've heard talk about this, what this bodes as far as the presidential election next year. I'm not sure about that, but what do you think about what we're going to see?
I don't know. I don't know if you can call this a bellwether election tonight. I do know there's going to be a lot of serious questions asked with regard to it. Again, Daniel Cameron had a lot of things going against him. We've discussed that off and on all night tonight, coming into tonight, and it's going to be interesting to see what his future is going to be, and what the future of the Republican Party is going to be with regard to that very top position, because we have said it time and time again that there has never been a Republican that has, gone on from their first term in the state, and that's remarkable if you really think about it.
But it's catching up, Richard Nelson, and but what do you think about Bob's comment before we get into? I know we want to wrap this up, but what do you think about what this says? I mean, I think Daniel Cameron, 37 years old, he's a young man by any view, and he's been a close protege of Senator Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. Is his next move to run for the United States Senate?
You know, I've not talked to him about that. I don't know what his plans are. And actually, at a time like this, when he put his heart out there and gave it his all, and for him to be thinking about his political future, he's just, I think, trying to make it through the night. I don't think this is the end, the last we've seen of Daniel Cameron. He is young. He has a lot to offer the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He ran against a very popular incumbent. Andy Beshear's popularity numbers were tops in the country as far as governors.
Yes.
So he was running a very tough race, difficult challenge in front of him. And Daniel ran a very good race. He gave a vision of Kentucky that contrasted well with Beshear's vision. But what he could not overcome was the power of incumbency, the power of the news media outlets across the state, the power of showing up in counties all across the state, handing out checks, announcing new economic development plans, welcoming and meeting with the business leaders of these various companies coming into Kentucky, which, by the way, these businesses have come in because of what the Republican legislature has done over the last 6 years. And you know very well, you and your organization have fought for these things, right to work, repealing the prevailing wage, paycheck protection, issue after issue have been accomplished by the Republican legislature to make Kentucky more competitive with other states. And by the way, Jim, one other thing. This is one of the biggest frustrations when I talk to legislators is that the governor's taking all the credit when he comes into their county and makes an announcement. They're not being invited, or they might get an announcement 8 hours before. Well, their schedule's already planned out for the day. They can't attend. But anyways, that is a frustration that many of them have.
Yeah. Well, but let's hand it to Andy Beshear. All of these policies that have created the economic growth, he would have vetoed had he been able to veto a right-to-work bill, for example. And yet he's taking the credit for the results, and that's just a good politician. You know, it's a Bill Clinton move. You know, Bill Clinton was not for welfare to work before he was, but that's for another night. But Richard Nelson, you've thought a lot, I think, and thoughtfully about what should be the response of Christians to this, and what should we be doing now beyond just the political scope? That's important too, to vote and be involved. But what do you think?
Yeah, you know, I think often we get very wound up and emotionally buy into the outcome of an election and whether or not how that affects our spirituality. And even though we should vote, we should get behind righteous candidates, we should work to help them get elected, we need to realize that as Christians, a couple things. One is that God raises up leaders and he removes leaders. He's sovereign over the political realm. That's what Daniel 2:21 says. We also need to realize, too, that there are tremendous opportunities outside of politics for the church to engage. We talked about the right to life issue in the segment previously, and There are so many opportunities for Christians to roll up their sleeves and help women in crisis pregnancies. The young woman who has been left, maybe kicked out of her home, the young woman who's been assaulted. We need to really get involved with their lives. And this is hard. It can be messy. Jim, if you think about where true power lies, while we want good governors and we want good legislators in office, we want good policies, that cannot change a heart. Only the gospel can change a heart. When somebody accepts Christ and begins to follow Christ, that's powerful. And then when the church lives out the gospel, that's amazing. And you look at what the early church did in Rome. They didn't have any political power. They were second-class citizens, and yet they had tremendous cultural and social power by ministering to the least of these, the infants left on the street corner to die, the widows, the orphans. They could minister, and this is the opportunity that we have in front of us right now.
And by doing that, we gain credibility. You actually gain the ability to influence and impact your world in a greater way.
That's right.
So tonight, our world has been rocked again here in Kentucky with the re-election of Andy Beshear as our governor here. The down tickets have all won. Russell Coleman will be our next Attorney General. Allison Ball will be our auditor. Jonathan Schell will be our Agriculture Commissioner. Michael Adams will be our Secretary of State. And our treasurer also went tonight to
Mark Metcalf.
To Mark Metcalf, who, by the way, great guy and ran a great campaign and will do a great job in that office and had a tough primary too with some good candidates. So congratulations to them. And thank you all, Richard and Bob and all of our panelists tonight. Trey Volz for helping tonight, all of those behind the scenes tonight. And I have to tell you, tonight's election coverage here, Campaign 2023, has been brought to you by Kentucky's Voice. You can help support bringing a conservative news outlet to our state. Do you want to change the outcome that we're seeing, some of the outcomes we're seeing? One of the ways you can do it, not the only way, you need to get involved, you need to be salt and light, you need to be all those things that Richard was talking about, but also support this effort. The media is a critical tool in the future of our Commonwealth, and a lot of the wins and a lot of the great things we've seen are really threatened when people don't know about them and they don't understand what's happened. So if you think this is important, you think it's worthy of continuing, and I have a feeling most of this audience does tonight, you can help out by going to that screen and scanning that QR code. You can give, you can find out more information, and also tonight, Campaign 2023 brought to you by Patriot Mobile, helping spread Kentucky's voice. You have a cell phone, your family has one, everybody you know has one, some of them have two, some of them have more. They need to sign up with Patriot Mobile. Plans start at $25 a month. Quit sending your money to these corporate telecom companies who exploit ideologies, values, beliefs you don't believe in. There's something you can do about it, and you need to do it. So thanks for joining us tonight. And I'm Jim Waters. It's been a great thrill tonight to be with you. And certainly some of the turnout, or some of the results we hope might be different, but we'll keep working. And that's what we need to do, is go back to work. So guys, thanks. It's been a great time tonight. And you all have a good evening.